Why did that make the sound? Did you even hear that? What the hell? What prompted that? What sound?
Dick.
Wait, you didn't hear it? Why's my VTuber? Hello? Come on, man. Oh, it crashed.
Dick.
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, how we doing today, huh? How's it going?
Dick.
Promoted to PNG tuber. Yeah, it's about time, am I right? About time. There we go. Vibe head with the music lately. The first song was not supposed to be that short. I didn't pay attention, so yeah. Oops. Oops. That's my bad. But also, yeah, like Joe and Shirkwan said, as I got to the ending, like the near end of that song, I was like, I can't even read what I put. So I was like, well, I'm gonna leave it there, and we're just gonna go with someone else. Because I could have looped the song in a way, but I was like, do I want to keep these sliding vibes if I can't even read what the hell it says? Cool execution. Unfortunately, the FPS perhaps might have been too much for all of our computers. Yeah. What's up, North Princess? Thank you for the Hydra, by the way. Second one sounded like Blood Cultures. A little bit. What happened? Everything. The world happened, Maple Wolf. The world happened. The world! I like the music too. Can someone put a leaf emote in chat? Was it Chewy's leaf emote that or Chewy posting leaf that... Wait, what? What?
Huh?
Was it Boshi or Leaf? Yo, someone type Chubert. No capitals. Actually, it doesn't matter if you capitalize on, like... I had a new sound. There's a couple of phrases in there. There's a couple phrases in there. Real quick though, what's up, Shirkwan? With first today, look at this guy going ham. We got Joe the Lion, what's up, Joe the Lion? Not my own. Sobly 103, Chubert, North Princess, Molly. Sup? Yo, 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 what's up? And then North Princess with a 65 stream streak. Holy moly. Look at that. This is crazy. This is crazy. Very crazy. First today, but broke my streak on Friday. Ah, rip the streak. It do be like that sometimes, man. It really do. Hope weekend was good. Dude, weekend was great. Oh my goodness. Spain won the World Cup. I had a great time. I actually had a good weekend just overall, but that was a highlight moment. What the hell, Schubert? It was amazing. We played D&D in person. Now that's pretty sick. Hell yeah. That's actually really cool. I'm jealous. Miku's eating good? Hell yeah. I'm in Spain without the A. Yeah, I'm in Spain without the S. Same. Let's go. I'm in Spain without the I. Maple Wolf with the 10 consecutive streams. Thank you for the stream streak of 10. Thank you. Yeah, I had a great weekend. And I actually slept, well, my Friday night sleep, my Friday sleep into Saturday actually kind of sucked. But I think that helped with me falling asleep very early last night and therefore getting a lot more sleep. Yes, I feel pretty good. Granted, I did have to do a quiz last night. Dude, my professor gave us 3 hours to work on this quiz. I was really confused. I was like, am I about to have 100 questions? And if, I opened the quiz. It's timed, 3 hours. And I'm like, oh God, what's going to happen? I look, there's 25 questions. 20 of them are multiple choice. Or not multiple choice, just one choice. Yeah, multiple choice, yeah. And then 4 of them are like short answers. I'm like, what? Why do I have 3 hours for this? Maybe just in case something goes wrong. I'm not sure. Phew, I'm safe. Wait, Snowblade 103. Oh yeah. You won't find it by typing anything normally. But yeah, the new sound, which has a longer cooldown per user than your average one, but there are quite a few phrases you could use for that particular sound. And apparently all Leaf emotes will proc it, so I don't know. I'm in Spain without the PA. You're not in Pennsylvania? Silly Joe. Pennsylvania's not in Spain. Delta run. No. It's a bit more explanatory to the sound. I'm in Spain without the Spain. Oh. So you're just in... That's brutal, man. This guy's in the void. I need to go to the Wawa and get some hoagies. That's not how you spell hoagies, man. Come on, man. Hey, man. Yo, Gubert. How are you, man? What's up, man? Well, I hope everyone had a good weekend. Yeah, mine was pretty good. I had a good weekend overall. It was pretty good. I feel refreshed. Ooh, should we just post something that could be totally added to that? Adds to it. Hope you too. Pretty good. Well rested. Added to what? Nothing at all. I don't know, we couldn't got to see the Odyssey. I was supposed to, and we just didn't go.
Huh?
I mean, we did get a warning that going outside is probably not a good idea, and then we were, and then it rained. Extreme amounts. But Saturday, I went to IKEA, so that was fun. Went to the lanes of IKEA, which is nice. 15 degrees. What the hell? I didn't even check the weather today because it just hasn't been appealing to look at outside. Oh no, we're still at 27 degrees. No, we're still being cooked alive, getting fried alive, cooked alive. 23 degrees Celsius yesterday. Well, I'm glad you liked that temp. 31. Oh wow. Hell no. Hell no. Well, I'm dying. Weather, the sun. Sun, Venezuela. Is it? That's it? Only 28.9 degrees? What the hell? That's it? There are a lot of words that you might end up learning or proc that sound. All in due time. Dude, steam machine. Yo, Dublin. Oh, 19 Celsius. It's not like too bad. It worked. No way, dude. 19's okay. It's not 15 or 16 Celsius, but 24.3. Oh my god. I do also have that sound just on my stream deck, so I can spam it whenever I want. But hey, he found one. Flesh Locker if Ed and Voices of Void be like actually real, dude. Oh god. That is right. Cum also procs the sound. May this assist you in finding more. The cooldown is a little okay. All right. You didn't have to fart. Just, nope. No milk. No milk. No milk. No farting. No. I disagree. Yeah, I just disagree. What do we got? What's up, Jui? What's up, Ty? What's up, Johanner Gwiblin? Welcome in. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hope it was nice and eventful in a good way. Or nice and uneventful, if that's what you prefer. What's up, rat guy? Yeah. So, well, yeah, like I said, this short wasn't going to be as high quality as the one from last week, but I thought it was pretty alright. I mean, it needed a change, and that change was it couldn't stay as the moving text forever, because it just, no. Just a big no. Ottawa at 24.4 Celsius. Hell nah. Hell nah. I don't approve. I truly don't. I really just don't like anything above, like, I mean, I would say 16 Celsius, to be honest, because that's, like, my comfort temperature, like 15-ish, but, I mean, I will survive. I wouldn't like it, but I would survive above 16 Celsius, probably up to, like, 20. Anything above, like, 20 Celsius. Hey, look at that. Belfast, United Kingdom. See right there? 20 Celsius? It's my limitation right there. I think anything higher, and I become a grouchy old man who might stab you with a knife if you talk to me during the heated temps. I might need to fix that Leaf one specifically. Not every Leaf emote was supposed to proc it. It was just supposed to be the word Leaf. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I lived, like, on my own, I think my house would be at a 16 Celsius at all times. In all honesty. I think that at that point, I would just set the house to always be that temp. You are my friend! Maple Wolf, thank you for gifting a sub to Door Princess. You better be watching your money, buddy. You better be watching your money. That better be from your from your coffee deposit payment. I'm watching you. They really say UK, not Northern Ireland, UK. Alright, at least it does it for Scotland too. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe one day it'll update, maybe not. I don't know. Yo, 80 consecutive streams! Thank you, Irish Bogan. Bogan. Thank you, thank you. 80, that's like 8 10s or 81s. It's true! How many 2s is that? 40. 42s. Crazy. I'm okay? Good. Excellent. Yep, thank you for giving the sub. I appreciate that. I got a new emote? What the hell is that? Heavy Pog. Yo, it's time to play some TF2, I guess. Wait, is that North Princess? You subscribe. Yo, look at that. Ain't that crazy? I want to commission new emotes. I have so many emotes in mind. Now, I tell you guys, we've technically had a channel mascot since, like, the dawn of my streaming career. But, like, I just never really did anything with it. But recently I asked Leaf if she would remake, HDMI DisplayPort said mascot. Maybe we'll just get some emotes of him. HDMI, you plug and playing? Always plugging and playing. Don't tell Shirkwan though, he doesn't like when I say HDMI. And then he might gift you a DisplayPort cable. I took a screenshot of an actual match I was in when I was killed by a heavy. God, I haven't played TF2 in so long. Wonder when the last time I booted up was. The Hidimi. Yeah, the Hidimi. Hell yeah. I was debating between a couple games today because I did kind of want to continue the long drive, do some more progress. So what's up, Musashi? What's up? What's up? I'm a demo main, pyro, heavy. I was sniper main, and I also played a little bit of spy, but I wasn't really good at spy. Oh, and scout. But I mostly played sniper. And at some point, I don't know, at some point I just swapped over to scout. Another word discovered. Let's go. But what word is it in that North Princess message that prompted the splat? I can no longer make long drive jokes. It's wearing itself out. Like the wheels on your car. Change them. No. I won't. The cooldown's quite long, North Princess, so maybe you might even say it, but it might not go off. Per user. Scout was my second ding dong Fagyella. Yep. I like spy. I was just not very good at spy. Oh. What? Wait. What the hell? What did H Brown say to Procket? Wait, now I don't even know. What? What? Wait. I'm looking at the list. What? Why is that going off? Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. I know why, okay. No, it's not leave. No. Will you tell us? No. No. Might not be Peepo. Or maybe it is.
Dick.
No. Why do I keep hearing splat? Just a little new, a little new. What, you guys never piss and have that kind of sound go off? Come on. Damn. Yeah, you guys gotta find them out yourselves. You haven't even found like half. Maybe like a quarter of them. I mean, I might fix it because it wasn't supposed to be wherever the word or the letters align in any message type, including emotes. So the reason Leaf would proc is because it was supposed to be the name Leaf, not Leaf emotes. Or cum. Or pee. Or Schubert. I'm looking at or coffee. Well, it's not like you mesh them together, what? But yes. All right. Now I'm taking a sip of my coffee. I have to get the reverse variation. I wonder if I have the sound anywhere. It's not supposed to be every leaf emote. I might fix it. I mean, I could fix it right now. Exact. No, but if I do exact. I don't know if it'll go off in a sentence. Someone form a sentence with coffee in it. Ideally not at the start of the sentence. I don't think it'll go off if I do this. Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. So it has to be anywhere. Well, I have another choice. I don't have another option for that. Wait, mode, normal, include. No. We'll just leave it as is. It's fine. Leaf emotes will also splat. This will be highly comedic. All right. Man, oh man. So how are we all doing today? Hopefully well. Hopefully well. I've been doing my third run of Deltarune off stream. It's been pretty good. Oh. I thought my internet disconnected for a moment, but it's just chattery now. Twitch asked us to reconnect. We've been requested to reconnect. I'm wondering if I need to do a fourth run of Deltarune. I'm not really sure. I guess if you ever played Undertale, you would understand. I won't go into like too many details, but there's a reason to do multiple runs. There is a reason. There is a reason. And I'm not sure. Because I have two types of runs that are. There's another simpler reason. Enjoy the game. True. That is very true. I mean, honestly, what I would do, since every chapter releases about once a year or so, sometimes delayed, sometimes earlier, like, it would be worth replaying anyways before the next chapter's release. So even if you already played the chapters that are out, you might as well replay them at some point just to refresh your memory, unless you really remember it that well. I probably will, now that I've done 3 almost full runs of the game, but yeah. Imagine doing multiple runs of a game. So anyways, I've started my 13th character of this PoE2 league. What the hell? How long is a PoE2 league? I mean, I can't say much. I had about 12 characters during the hardcore WoW Classic, when you know, OnlyFangs was doing it. Obviously, it wasn't part of OnlyFangs, but I did just run it to see how well I could do. And, yeah. Kind of odd. Voices of the Void playthrough, double digits. Not yet, but at some point for sure. We've only really played it on stream 4 times in full. I was thinking for like special events, for example, for Christmas, we could just do Voices of the Void. Because I never really did any of the holiday events for Voices of the Void. Like, okay, I've done a little bit of Halloween, but I had to finish it off stream because we were going for a while. I did Easter. So the Easter one we did on stream. Granted, I think it was like bugged or scuffed or something. I don't remember. The Sun one doesn't count. I never did Christmas. Never did a Christmas event in Voices of Void. And I don't know what other events they do. We've done April Fool's Day. We've done April Fool's Day. Do they do other events? Maybe. The specific league has been out like a month, I think, and you've maxed out every character, or what? And the only reason I ask because did you count Halloween? Yeah. I mean, I didn't do Halloween on stream. Well, I did, but I didn't finish the Halloween on stream. You know, most of it. I literally missed like one thing. And then I did the finale portion, which is like the whole point of it, off stream. But I had great screenshots for it. It was pretty great. Voices of the Void is that one that, like, it will have way more playthroughs, but we're only going to play, like, the next major patch, and it has to be stable. So I don't know how many are left before the full release of the game, but I wouldn't say the game is releasing anytime soon anyways. We got like 2-3 more years for sure. Went through the accident interlude with various degrees of success. Severe character commitment issues. Oh, me too. Don't worry, I understand. The only character that I've ever committed to in any sort of video game ever is in Final Fantasy XIV. I would say RuneScape, but when they added hardcore, I started creating like multiple characters. So yeah, that's cooked. My main is no longer my main. Granted, there's not much I would do on my main because it was already maxed, and I don't feel like continuing or committing to them anymore. And like, oh, no. Actually, yeah, GTA 5 online. Because, one sec. I had to sneeze. So GTA is a little bit different because I got on the Xbox, and that character is technically my main now because I transferred them over to PC. But in between that, I had the PlayStation, PS4 or whatever. It's just goo, but yeah. On the PlayStation, I had a different character. And I think I played that one for, I don't know, like 2 years until I transferred over the character to PC from Xbox to PC. And that is now my main. So they're from the beginning of the GTA Online time. Literally day one. Hour one of GTA Online. Xbox. What's up, Reaper? Aside from that, yeah, no. Final Fantasy 14, which I have made a different character, but that was only for the sake of like doing the story all over again, but then I gave up. Because I couldn't stand running through A Realm Reborn. Especially not solo. To hell with that. So my main remained my main. GTA technically remained my main. I'm just looking at all my games. Destiny 2, I mean, I've basically always had the same Guardians. I should say, I only had a Hunter, and then I was forced to make a Titan and a Warlock because it's better for, like, raid drops. So I was like, alright, the hell with it, fine. Monster Hunter Wilds is only one character. Monster Hunter World was 2, but, you know, I had one primary for the longest time. I'm just thinking of long-term games. Path of Exile, I had like 8 characters. Diablo, I had like 8 characters. But, you know, those games kind of make sense to have multiple characters because different classes. However, to be fair, I had multiple of the same class, just different characters, which, you know, kind of didn't make a lot of sense because you don't have character customization in those games, really. Not in PoE, at least. What's up, WinXP? Swapping weapons mid-game felt less punishing in titles like Wilds. Yeah, but the problem is... And, you know, I can understand how my logic is flawed in this scenario. If I'm going to learn a new weapon, I find it, for me, it is easier to do that by replaying the story. And then what you're going to argue is, well, you can just hunt the monsters in order how you did in the story by just repeating hunts. Okay, true. But it felt weird at the time. I'm talking about World, primarily. In World, every time I wanted to learn a new weapon, I felt like I wanted to make a new character. In Wilds, I said, the hell with it. I'm not redoing this entire story, as great as it was. So, ended up playing one character, learning the weapons on that character, spending like 2 hours slapping the little dummy thing. Also, what's up, Revan? Power World, nice, enjoy. I just swapped until I found 2 I liked. I showed down to my skivvies and fill a checklist of monsters to hunt to get my eye in. Then I start a Monster Hunter. Wait, what? Wait a second. I'm the kind of person who spends 3 hours on a striking dummy before deciding to use a weapon. Yeah, I mean, I learned from MMOs, not really RuneScape, obviously. There's no rotation necessarily, and there's also no striking dummies. But In Final Fantasy XIV, for example, the best way to learn your rotation so that you never have to think about it or look at your hotbar while, you know, doing content is to just slap a dummy for like 2 hours a day until it locks into your head. To be fair, I'm not like other Final Fantasy players. I only play Black Mage. I don't really play any other. I mean, I used to play like Dragoon, Samurai, Ninja, Pictomancer. I played all of the casters. I play Monk. Yeah, not a fan, but good. People who play Monk, honestly, good for them because I can't stand that class. I really don't like it. I really don't. The hammer and the bow. Bow is really cool, especially because it has these crazy iframes when you do a perfect dodge. Yeah, I just hit the Black Mage these days because even if they change the rotation in like the next major patch, or if they change the rotation in like, you know, Evercold or whatever it is, Evercold, I feel like it'll click in my head a lot faster than if I played a different class. Honestly, I don't enjoy any other classes as much as I do Black Mage. Although they have absolutely dumbed it down. It's essentially becoming like Summoner at this point. I'm hoping that when they add the 2 variations of playstyle, where one doesn't need the 2-minute rotation and one might still, I hope it fixes how Black Mage operates because it's so boring right now, man. Especially the AoE rotation. You do Blizzard 4 freeze, which is the AoE. Then you do Swift cast, what is it? Transpose, flare, and then Flare Star, and then you just repeat that process. And I'm like, bro, like why, man? Like why, man? Why would we butcher Black Mage like this? What is going on? What is going on, man? And then like, I mean, I still like the default rotation. It's just, it's still dumber than it used to be. At least Transpose is a little bit more useful now. And you can choose between, what is it, 5.7 and 6.6? I don't know if you can do 6.6. I don't remember, but there's some changes you can make that make it a little interesting, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I played Red Mage for caster. Red Mage is great because they have a res. Those are some dangerously close numbers. Yeah. Well, fortunately, you can't do 6.7 on Black Mage. That is not a thing you can do. So, life is great, you know. Life is great. Can't do that. Radiant, and why you? And why you said this for me? Okay, no problem. Hey, you listen me. I think I'm almost done with Deltarune for now. Once I'm done with this really marvelous run. So maybe we'll finally do some Eureka, right? You want to do some Eureka? Red Mage always comes in clutch with the res. I really liked Red Mage. It was when I first like fully committed jobs. But Summoner was fantastic when it was a dot mage. Oh my god. It was so bloody cool. And now they ruined it, man. They're ruining it. Eureka. Yeah. I'm trying to slow down with Deltarune because I don't want it to be over. Like I really don't want it to be over. I'm almost tempted to delete one of the saves so I could do another specific route that I don't know if it changes everything or not, but technically 2 of my routes are the same. Except one of them has some extra collectibles that I didn't realize existed. Midterms this week. Nice. Good luck. I had my first quiz yesterday. It was bloody awful. It was actually pretty easy. I say that. We'll see what happens. We will see. We will see. I remember college. Mine is fully online, so I'm literally just chilling. I'm literally just relaxing a bit. Right? It's not a bad time. Sucked. Funny enough, the hardest courses were like my first 4. My first 4 courses were the worst for this like online return because they had like even quizzes you had to do and they were like monitored. They kept track of how much time you spent learning specific things. Like nothing was open book. There would be quizzes, midterms, finals, labs, homework, all these in-betweens. Some of these things you have to watch because otherwise you wouldn't get the answers. And then, like, after those first 4, dude, I'm just chilling now. They even said, yeah, if you want to take your exams open book, go for it. I'm like, I thought, you know, the further you go into the courses, the worse it gets. But here I am, climbing the stairs, getting that GPA to like 4.0 at this point. Diagnostic analytics. Oh my! I have hardware at the moment for Summer. They took 2 courses, but they get split into 2 because it's accelerated. So 7 weeks and 7 weeks. My first one sucked. Now, sorry. My first one was hardware. That one sucked. Just because the professor was... I don't know, dude. But this one's pretty interesting. It's applied operating systems. So I'm learning Linux, and I'm learning Windows 10, I guess, even though I already know everything about Windows. Not everything, but enough. And I might have to learn Mac OS, which that hurts me on the inside, but that's okay. You know, we'll work with it. We'll do what we can. I really hope that I can just make a choice between them and maybe not have to do Mac OS. That'd be really cool, but whatever. Chat, I think we're going caffeine free here soon. Maybe not this week, because that would suck. I would have to do it slowly, so I think I'm just going to lower my caffeine intakes throughout this week. And next week, we might just hard cut it. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. In all honesty, I might just wait and start it. And in 2027, it'll be a full year of caffeine free. But that's a long wait now. We're still quite a ways away from 2027. Analytics course was applied to financial management. I see. Okay. Oh, I see. MacOS is pretty decent. I don't know how it'll be for IT because I know it can be kind of like a house of cards, but it's decent. I mean, I don't hate it, but I hate the controls, the keys, the hotkeys. I don't like macOS's functions. I don't know. Something like that. You know, like that there's control and command? Well, no, I can't say that because, you know, I have control, Windows, FN, Alt B, a B key, an A key. I actually can probably bind this to something, but they're like, I don't know what I would do with these keys. They're too far on that side of the keyboard. Yo, what's up, Rose? What's up? Descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics was fun. Economics was fun as well. Wow. All of those sound terrible and I would hate them. But I'm glad you enjoyed them. Not my cup of tea. Not my particular cup of coffee right there. Not my cup of coffee. Math has always been my favorite. What's up, Valentine? I disagree. Math is the worst. Absolute, still the worst. People said that I would like go back and enjoy math when I return to the land of university. I just disagree. Yeah, I don't think it's true. I would hate it. God, there's so much Jimothy on my timeline. You'd love to see it. If you follow me on Twitter, I'm finally back on it solely because I can see all the Jimothys. It's great. Really, truly a fantastic time to be alive. Yeah, I hate math. The only math I can tolerate, maybe like counting money. Maybe counting some moolah. Yeah, sounds like some good math right there. I'm trying to fix something.
Dick.
Who said this? What's up, Cora? Why count it when you can other count it for you? No. No. I count to myself. What do they take $1, huh? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, this week we've got Eastward. We're gonna continue that. We've got probably more The Long Drive. We've got Voices of the Void. Probably the finale for Voices of the Void this week. At least until 0.10. Whatever wins for Wednesday. Thursday we're playing Phasmophobia. And I'm actually tempted, a little bit, to attempt to play it in VR. I'm not 100% dead set on that because my VR, for whatever reason, is crashing my computer when I try to use it. But I will try my best to figure out how I can prevent that. I will try. I don't know what I can do, but I'll do my best. And that's all I can promise. My best. Also, next week, I might try to host the Court Center heist from GTA Online. I say might because I have not heard anything good about it, basically. Especially after the changes. And I would have to rally 3 other people anyways. Well, I don't have to because I think you could do it solo and it scales per person added, but still, I don't know. Undecided. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, Juby he installed GTA, so I feel like I should at least do a GTA Online session at some point, unless he already uninstalled it because he waited for like 2 months. Which is fair if he did. Actually, just a month. Give you one of my quests? No, I mean, I have the index. It's great. It's just my computer, I don't know if it can handle it for some reason right now. To be fair, when I tried to use the VR last time, I was in a lobby full of like jumbo, poor rated avatars, and I had just cleared the cache, and I had 3 monitors and the VR plugged in. So that could probably lead to some, problems. Also, some of the stuff people are complaining about, the Court Center heist, are apparently solely in hard mode, as in to make the heist harder. Oh, I would just probably do it in normal mode. I don't know. Not sure. I'm trying to figure out what you just typed in that message to make the noise happen. What? Oh, I know. I know exactly what it is. God damn it. God damn it, man. Maybe I'll just fix it so it's only the word on its own. It is kind of funny though, certain words. That's so weird. I wish it would be like, because it says anywhere, but why can't I make it anywhere without it being embedded into a word, you know? Like, if I do exact, then it can't have anything before or after it. It has to be the word itself. The alternative is putting it at the start of the message, which is stupid. So, I don't know, but maybe we'll figure it out one day. For now, it'll just appear anywhere. Ads are about to play, and then afterwards we'll probably hop into maybe the long drive. I do kind of want to start Cult of Lamb at some point. I still have to get the DLCs though. Also, I said if I'm gonna do Cult of the Lamb on stream again, we'll probably mod it so that the only mod would be so that all of the cosmetics are unlocked right off the rip. I don't know how much easier that's gonna make the game, since you do spend points usually on the cosmetics, but Yolan made a good point where maybe someone will claim the character and they can make it themselves, but then like instantaneously afterwards I unlock like a new appearance and it's like, oh, but I wanted to be that, you know? So that do be a doobie. That doobie dooba. Four headsets in total. I've got the Index, the Vive, the OG HTC Vive. And that's it. They all worked great, so I had no reason to replace them. I got the Index thanks to monumental support during, I think it was COVID times, right? Or was it just before? I don't remember, but people helped quite a bit, especially considering my Vive was like on his deathbed. So that was cool. That, and I had money from real estate, so just made it super easy to get it. And then I never upgraded or changed or got a new headset because I was like, well, the Index is working great. I have no reason to. It's still working great. It really is. I'm looking at it right now, just sitting there menacingly, doing nothing. Should probably plug in those trackers at some point. Granted, I wouldn't really be using them for much since I wouldn't be using full body and Phasmo, but yeah. Kind of want to get back into Beat Saber, but like on my own, just on my own time, get some Beat Saber going. It's just, I've been so, even when I wasn't playing Deltarune, when I'm busy, I would have the game open. Because it's like, all right, whenever I'm not busy, whenever I'm done with this quiz, back to Deltarune. Let's keep this run going. Come on, let's get it going. Let's get it going. All right, there are the ads. All right, let me set up the long drive. The long drive. Man, I want to make a quick comment on the World Cup because, you know, I do not particularly care for Argentina. More or less, Messi pisses me off, but like it's worth noting he is a really good player, and he carried them so hard during that final. Try to get as many plays going. I felt so bad for him at the end. I really did. I was like, dude. Like, he really tried his hardest there. He really did. There was this amazing cross he did during a corner kick. Bro. It was such a good play on him. And the dude who kicked the ball shot it so far over the net. Oh my god. I didn't even know. Oh god, that was so sad. But I'm glad that Spain won. Miku's home. I don't know if that's really, you know, I don't think Miku's home, man. Sleepy time. Let's get our music going, huh? Miku curse got Argentina. It's true. Just pause for now. I need my playlist to show up. I am the captain. My name is Dave. All right, back on the road, ladies and gents. Oh. We good? Vocalo was developed in Barcelona. Was it actually? No one expects the Spanish Miku acquisition.
Dick.
My name is Dave. I thought everything Vocaloid was developed in Japan. Dave and Buster's? Yeah! I'm secretly a Spanish acquisition? What? Wait, no. Just gonna message to write a thank you for scholarships by the end of the day, which is in 3 hours. Oh god. Back on the damn road, come on. Guess I ain't getting these? Well, come on, just write a thank you letter. You got this. I just wrote like some nonsense for my request to get something from university. Well, not university, but from the state. The TLDR is, you know, the state could pay for your university, but you need to have a good GPA. And back in 2018, instead of dropping out of my courses, I stopped showing up, which, you know, absolutely imploded the GPA. Unfortunately, that carried over to when I came back all these years later. So I had to write like a request to the state to be like, hey guys, listen, it's been this many years. Trust me, I know what I'm doing this time. Newsflash, I have no idea what I'm doing this time. But it's working. It's working. I'm so widowy, so smout. I'm widowy the smoutest. She Dave until I bust her. Bust her? I hardly know her. Full biography, a reason why you're accepting it, what you will do with the money, and properly edited. Dude, no one's gonna look at it like that crazy, I feel like. Are we there yet? Dude, yeah. You're saying she's a busta? Well, I ain't calling her a truther. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Like blackjack. And hookers. You'll be presenting said biography on an award ceremony. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. I might be a streamer, and you know, sometimes I might be talking to a lot of people at once, but I find that I will not be standing on a stage in any sort of attire that is fancy or not business casual. Yeah, I will not be doing that. And I will not be presenting any sort of thing in front of them. Absolutely not. This is why I'm a VTuber. Okay? Proper amount of time? No. No. Nothing will convince... The reason I'm even in the online courses, in all honesty, is just so I don't have to do anything in front of other people. I do everything online. Stage fright still exists, alright? I'm not dealing with it. I'm just not. But Aiko, what if you start working in the IT field and you have to do some like presentation, business presentation, whatever. It's different. This is my year out in industry I was supposed to take when it... Oh my god, hold on. I'm on like the worst possible road. Not a man! Dude. And for a why? What? Put that on. Garage? Garage? Turn out the socially anxious guy was supposed to actively seek out the jobs myself. You know what? I'll just do the 4-year masters, thanks. There you have it. There you have it. I mean, I don't mind presentations. Hey, what the hell you're doing? How he even get in here? It's just, you know, there's stuff I'm not built for. One of those things is probably talking to like 100+ people in one singular room. Probably. I don't know if you've ever gone to a graduation for like university. Wait, do I need more water? No. But they get people to like say some things like students. Usually they're like, you know, the big honors, huge GPA students, but they have to go up and like say things. And I'm like, no, dude. There's thousands of people here, man. No. Though I feel like I'd be better at now in comparison to back then, solely because of streaming. I do think streaming has helped me with a lot of my, like... like... What? Not just presentations, but... overall speech. Which is funny because here I'm speaking like this. But I cannot be doing this when I'm over there being speech guy in front of a billion peoples. You know what I'm saying or no? It's not the nighttime. Still suck at it after all these years? I just think streaming improved my speech confidence. Yes, my confidence in speaking has been drastically elevated. Granted, most of the compliments I get are about being a voice actor, and I'm like, thanks, guys. I never even thought about this. I just kind of do it because it's funny. It's a very funny meme. His meme's very funny. Oh, jeez. And now people are discussing, like, an Only Neko's university or something. I'm like, hell, what the hell, man? That'd actually be pretty cool, though. Granted, if it's anything like Streamer University, we're cooked. We're so cooked. I thought it would just be like some sort of roleplay event. Scuffed roleplay. That is my prime. That is my territory. The Scuffed RP. Everything I learned about Streamer University has been against my will. To be fair, I wasn't gonna watch it at all, but I actually really liked Ludwig's classes. They were actually really cool. That's the problem. It was like he was literally a teacher. He had a set time that you can enter the classroom after class starts. You about 15 minutes after class starts to arrive. Anything afterwards, you just get kicked out before you even enter. You can't. You can't. I'm like, damn, this guy really a teacher right now. I was like, this is really cool. And somehow people actually respected that. You would think all the ADHD content brain clip farmers were like, you know, they wouldn't pay attention. And you know, there were moments where people were like trying to talk over him and whatever, but dude, he got that respect quick. I think it was because of a specific clip that happened where he was talking about how he did his research and looked at everybody's channels, and this dude spoke up against him. And Ludwig's like, yes, I saw your first video playing whatever it was with a trans woman. Oh my god, that was crazy. Cousin! Greetings, cousin. How was stream? How was just chatting? How you doing? How you doing, eh? Today or tomorrow, you know what I'm talking about? Welcome in. We're just driving here, the long way. Doing good. How you doing? Doing pretty alright. Driving. That's it. Driving. I was talking about Streamer University. How I didn't really watch it, but I ended up watching some of Ludwig's stuff because like this is pretty good. I like this. This is very he's actually a teacher. What the hell? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope the heat is less right now for you.
Oh, hi.
Greetings, crazy FV. It's very warm? Oh. That's not good. And for why? Who did this? Who made the sun angry? Does Pud Pud also make the sound? No. Good has goo. G-O-O. That activates it. Unfortunately. I don't know why it does this. Grok! Whoa! Like a glove. Sound? Yeah, I have some sounds that aren't supposed to go off as they do. Like if you put any leaf emote, it'll proc it anyways, the splat sound. I'm sorry, I'm reading chat and driving. You know, at least I can do it somewhere that wouldn't harm other people, alright? I'm doing it in a video game. The only person that gets harmed here is my Minecraft thing. Grok? Why you're Grok? Grok, is this real or no? You called the sun ugly? I agree, the sun is ugly. And the poor car? The car's fine. It's seen better and worse days. Electric chair, thank you for the follow, welcome. Wow. Beautiful. Poor car? Car's fine! Car's seen great days and bad days. We all have those days. This parking lot or no? No. Well, cousin, I hope the sun relaxes, you know? Hope it stops torturing you. There are blue stars in the universe, the sun is ugly? I agree. When you have blue star, why would you looking this normal one? This orange. And for why? I only have bed days? Oh my goodness, I haven't had a bed day in like 8 years. A bed day would be sick. I just sleep all day. Red, to be scientifically accurate. You're right. Red. A red dwarf. Or a red giant. Or a red supergiant. I learned it from Voices of the Void. I learned this from Voices of the Void. I wonder how far we are. I didn't check our, like... Okay. So what just happened? Oh, there was, in fact, a rock. That's it. Super lights, let's go. Did I lose any lights? No. Oh, I did. I lost one light. But I think we've lost it a long time ago. Oh, sorry. Please don't drive on the other side of the road right now. Please. It's not good for you. You're gonna be blind. But it didn't render in. The rock is spawned last second. It's not my fault. It's not easy to be driving here. This road sucks. Like, where are these big boulders even coming from, man? I lost my rear view mirror. My mirror rear. Stop the car. Is it in the car? Is it gone forever? Where's my rear view mirror? Is that it? Oh, we're so back. No. Literally the moment I looked away. What the freak? You're griefing me. That's it. I'm calling the Etsy witch. If I'm gonna be cursed, so are you. Oh god, wait, why am I coming fast? Here we go. We got a traffic stop. Any cars, anything around? No? Oh, goodbye. They should put, like, toll booths around here. I know not the future. Why no? Why no? Watch some One Piece? Enjoy One Piece. I say that reluctantly. Way too long, that series. Way too long. No good. I feel like I need to... I want to commit to, like, a long-term... series. I honestly don't know if I would care about One Piece that much. There's supposed to be enjoyable things happening in the future. If I don't know them, I'll enjoy them more. That's true! Unless you don't like surprises. I don't particularly like surprises very much. You saying why not like that? Why noi? You just said why now? Why noi in Northern Irish? Why now in Northern Irish? Why noi? Why you guys say it like that? And for only one piece. Why not two piece? I don't know. Where the four piece? Fun time! Mystery! Fun time mystery. Why am I a moderator in your stream? What's the reason for this? I'm back. Well, damn, you watched that show real quick. Bro's a time traveler. Where's Jimothy when you need him? That's what I'm saying, man. I love Jimothy. Ha! You like my drift? Just showing off a little bit. Been playing Dark Tide these past few days. Nice. Hope it's been fun. I've been playing Deltarune. I did boot up, what do you call it? GTA. I don't know if you still have it installed, Juvie. We might do the heist next week. But if you uninstall, that's understandable. You have it installed? I think we'll try to do the new heist next week. It's not that good, but... it's okay. Heist? Yes. Yes, what I got in a heisting. Hey, man. Kong driving again. Kong? Donkey Kong. Hello. Living in the sunlight. Wonderful. Wow. This song's full of whimsy. How much money for you to play that King Kong game? Absolutely, a quadrillion billion dollars. SpongeBob, yep. It did been on SpongeBob. SpongeBob. I'm gonna stop. No vehicles? Nothing? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna go. I wonder if I need to do any replacements on this car eventually. We've been going pretty long with this car. Spinge-bong. Spinge beam. What's up, Trog? There might have been gas. I'll leave that for Pierce the Veil. I'm low on gas and I need a jacket. Daisy, Daisy. I was about to ask everyone what their favorite Mario game is. I was like, wait, didn't I just ask this? Got Subway? What'd you get from Subway? What'd you get? I will judge heavily. My brain just thought about Daisy. I'm like, you got meatballs from Subway? Man, what the hell? They do still have the giant cookies. Is there sub of the day? Whatever. I guess it's fair. To be fair, I don't go to Subway for sandwiches. I get their wraps. Although the wraps fell off, man. I don't know. Subway wraps used to be so goated. It might have just been like the COVID effect. Everything was so good during COVID. The Wendy's app, Subway wraps. I mean, the Subway Club wrap is still good. Is it a sandwich if it's in a baguette? No, that's a hoagie. That's a hoagie. Losing your sense of smell to make food more tolerable. Yeah, hell yeah. I agree. Food sucks. Even though I guess it isn't even baguette in the first place. I don't know. I don't know nothing. Awesome. Some juice and sour. Man, this Gorillaz band kind of sucks. Do they even make music? Oh! Hit the brakes. Turn it off. Jesus Christ, I ran over Boshi. Let's get the hell out of here. Me don't know nothing. I like green grass. Me too. I don't like when there's like a big patch of green grass, but then like some parts of it are like dying and they're like yellow, and it's like, why? Why'd this happen? How'd this happen? Who'd this happen? Sun, too hot. Well, listen, just water! Seems someone doesn't have garden elves that water it in the night. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember the last time that I experienced, you know, like the wet grass in the morning. Not from rain. What is grass? I don't know. Green. Watering grass in this economy? Are you crazy? Come on, man. Water's like so free over there. Just make some water. Is this garage? Yes? Yes. Greetings. Melt some icebergs. Yeah, there you go. It's gonna save, so I'm waiting. It's gonna save, so I'm waiting. Yep. Oh, look at this gas. Alright, fill up the tank. And why are the cheese? That's a lot of cheese, man. That's a lot of cheese. You know, it's even funnier when someone doesn't have 7 TV because they just see. Like, what the hell are they even reading right now? Hey, come on, man, hurry up. Fill the tank, I said. Full. Oh, oil. Greeting the Kwan shark. That guy's a PNG tuber. Twitch held my message, but not the first time. I think like an excess amount of it will prompt. I don't know why, but Twitch it prompts it to like be held. Like I said on Pud stream, choose your movie night. There's 2 movies streaming, and the party watching one is confused what the others are watching with the comments. The Truman Show. The Truman Show for sure. I'm picking, I'm thinking. The hell else would I add? The Matrix for the other? Wait, perfect. Yes. I was thinking of Robin Williams movies for some reason. I was like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Typical Twitch L. This platform is poop sock. He'll finally be free. Jim Carrey or Keanu Reeves? Oh man. We must confuse the masses. Wow! What was that? Blockade man. Oh god. Oh god. Wow, no damage? I'm surprised. Literally nothing fell out of the car. Finding Nemo and The Truman Show. Oh my god, they escaped. Oh no. They're back in. Oh no, they're back in containment. I can't believe you all said Nemo. He touched the butt. Oh my god. He's gonna touch the butt. You guys made me ink. Where does that happen in The Truman Show? The hell's that? A boat? Oh, a diner. No, wait, what the hell are you? Oh yeah, the diner. Ah! Pardon me, sorry about that. Sorry about that right there. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Come on, man. I need those. How am I gonna see? 1.8 liters of gasoline. Silence! I'm putting gas in my car. Stay still. You're gonna do nothing. Nothing, man. Don't you know? What the hell? What is this? What is this? Is this for the gas? To funnel in gas from one car to another? That might be it. That might be it. I'll be damned if so. Chocolate. Who said this? Tapeworm. Delicious. Wow. Wow, so yummers. Hello. Do you have... No, this is the wrong light. This is the wrong light, man. Oh. Wow, I like your interior, actually. What the hell? Flurmple, Durple, Murple. Now that's a beautiful name right there. What kind of engine this thing got? What do we think about turning the Icomobile into this thing, huh? It says, hey! Give me that. Hey, man. Wait! Oh my god. Hey, hey, Monica. Hey, por hey, Monica. Hey, Monica. Hey, por day, Monica. Hey, Monica. Hey, por day. I can upload hey as an emote because I went to IKEA over the weekend. And I took a picture of it. Where is it? I don't know if it looks stupid as an emote. Why? I'm uploading it right now. Schlimak. Upload. Emote name. Hey. Private. I accepted the guidelines. Je me play. Wait, but it's capital H. Gift a subscription to a friend. No. Wait, they have one. Schlimak. Schlimak. Okay, I did hey, but it's capital H. Sorgi. Sorgi. Should I use the wagon? Are we over the this car? Is it time? Let me get it off the roof first, Tom. Huh. Uh-oh. Oh, come on, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do I did? Why he's coughing, this guy, eh? Hey now, hey now. What day would it be next week? Was it as majestic as they say it is in the old tales of old? Yeah, it was beautiful. It was so beautiful. Let me kill this guy real quick. Next week, Mr. Juvie, probably either Friday. This guy was hiding. You see that shit? Bro, it was incognito. Friday, or we can replace a Thursday. If you can't do Friday. Hold on. I need to look at how much gas that thing can hold first. Before I make a mistake. Especially because I don't know how the funnel thing works. What's your guess? No, come on with this autosave. You're entirely your car. Okay, it's 43 liters. Right now it's full of water. This one's 76 liters. Do I really want to make this change? Just for the vibes? I don't think the car matters in this game. It's just the engine. The car matters for the engine types, but Civ 6 in bed on my laptop lately. Nice. I really haven't. I literally just played Deltarune. I'm not even gonna lie. Civ 7 still sucks? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even surprised. Watch out, there's a rock. Where? I should do a double save here, actually. Once I'm done fixing this up. The hell's this? Oh, the thing for the wheel. These tinks. The real test is to see whether or not all of the stuff will even fit in this car. Neither mod nor DLC. Can I be in the car? Okay. But only for a little bit. Did I... Hello? What's going on here? Okay. Alright, we're gonna do... The Koyo wagon. And then I'll save over it when I actually make the fix. You really have to autosave after I already saved? What am I HUD? Hello? My HUD. What happened? Please. What happened? Why? When did I backspace? Alright, let's see how much we can fix of this this car right here. Actually, yeah, let me make a save. The Koyo room. That way, we have the Koyo wagon and the Koyo room. And it's red, by default. This car was made for me. Yeah, it's weird that it works in-game when I try to rename it, but that's okay. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Which car is more Koyo-esque? You're gonna say the wagon, aren't you? I mean, it has K on it. Ew, look at this tire. Oh my god. Gross. Gross. Let's get that out of there. Look at all that backspace now. Hopefully that doesn't mess with the car, though. Alright, alright. Alright, alright. Ew. Yeah, I agree. Both are really nice, but I wanted a vibe change, you know? We were in this car for so long. The problem is, I might have to take the dash, because the dash had all of our information, like our travel info. We'll have to see in a moment. Remove the bumper. The bu- Got it. Oh wait, it might need this one. We'll figure that out in a moment. Now, will you even take this coolant? Yes. Will you take this engine? This is the real question. Oh. It will! Sweet. No, put hay. No. No. Whatever, we have one in the back. Wait, what? Where'd it go? Oh, it's on the thing. Okay. Is shiny or no? We don't have any back doors, though. It's just gonna be an open ride for a little bit. It's alright, it's alright. Yeah, it's very shiny. I like. Oh, wait, no. There do be back doors. Wait. You have your back door? Huh? Where? This? I wanted you to know that I am ready to... Oh, is it this? Wait, what? Which door is for the back? Think I saw it? Dude, please relax. For now, we just accept that. It's all good. Free airflow, yeah! Dude, the autosaves, they're piecing me. What is this? Oh, this is the license plate. Okay, okay. Beautiful. Another UFO. You hear this? Waggies. My only, like, my only concern here is... What if I... Let's see if we can do the gas drain here real quick. So will it go into the can? What? Stop autosaving! Wait, what? Do I have to... Okay, but it's gonna spill. No? Hello, Violet. What are you doing? Already followed you. Must have been several arcs ago. 2023. I guess so. There have been quite a few arcs. Apparently, guys, for the internet cable are coming in 10 minutes to an hour and 10 minutes. And it'll take an hour, so if everything works correctly, crazy late. Oh, man. But Mr. Juvie, it's time for the internet then. Oh my god, the super Juvie. You're gonna have it better than I do. With your computer. That's crazy. There was someone here last Wednesday and it didn't work? Oh. And for why? God, what? There's so much stuff stored back here, man. What the hell? I must have joined. Must have joined during one of Pud's raids or maybe Leaf's. I don't know. They do be raiding me a lot. I wish I could raid them, but then they usually end before me. Perfect moment to save the game. This game has some really weird logic on saving. I don't know what's up with it. Couldn't pull in the cable? Oh. Don't know how fast my internet will be. Well, I'm surely faster though, right? What in the world? What's wrong with this car? Imagine it is somehow slower. I wouldn't even know what to believe. NW, I think that was a good job, good coworkers. In 2023, that was the last year that I streamed VR chat. Crazy. How do I make this work? Like, without spilling anything. Maybe it just needs the wheels, huh? It needs the elevation. Elevation. Stop autosave, hey! Pissing me off. I'm confusion. Oh, it wasn't open. What? Okay. Stop. Can I bake in your beacon? No. No bacon. Alright, let me get another one. What do you have? Water? What do you have? Empty. Dude, please. Can I beckon your bacon? No. But I'm hungry? No. No food until we get to the next stop. Hello? Schlimak. I did hey with a capital H. What do you think about this? Hey, I don't know if it's been approved yet. Can I beckon your bacon? What the hell was that? You see that? Wait, what? Oh. I cannot see Captain! Sleep. Mucho excelente. Ugh! This is really handy. I might just take this with me. But I have a feeling that it's gonna, like, it's so floopy that it'll cause some sort of big problems later in the car. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that would happen. Yeah, that would happen. He'll do a magic trick and disappear. It's exactly my fear. Exalting my fear. Don't fall. Don't fall. The only downside of this change that I'm doing here is it's gonna have less... Somehow it has less space for gas. But maybe it'll be okay. Okay, you wait here. I feel. Can I bacon your bacon? No. Bacon's not on the menu. Why does it kind of look like a Hummer from this POV? That front is so not good. It is really bad. Excuse me. Oh. We got a peek. With this. No, that's rusted first. Hold on. We need a brush. We gotta brush that thing. Yep. Scrub that. Yeah! You gonna scrub too? Oh. It's gone. And she looks like intestines from the front. It really does. It looks so weird. It's a little better now, I guess. Are these the same? Yes. Yes, this is the same. Dude, it's 3 of the same. Okay. Excuse me, where's the, Hey, hello. Hello. Please. Give me the hay. Hey, man. Hey, man. What do we got? 19.2 liters of gas. All right. Fill in the last 3. You shaved your brush? Oh. Oh. You shaved your brush. Ugh. Stick it in. Boom! Is that it? All right. Some extra gas. We should probably see how this thing runs. I made a save specifically for before the changes, so we'll make a save over the coil wagon. For this real test. I need another brush. I noticed something that I don't like it. No, this, man. Come on. You scrub. Am I scrubbing the ground or the mirror? Okay, maybe I need cheek. Yeah, okay. It took a 1. Hey. The Dust 2. I guess we'll use these good saving in case everything go wrong. D-Dust 2. No. We lost some spray, so we're gonna take this cheek right here. Oh yeah. Beautiful. So beautiful. Well, I suppose you're not gonna need this right here no more, so I'm gonna put that in there. Oh, excuse me. In there. Wow. The Ico Wagon. The Haymobile. Wow. Am I missing anything else? Oh, I am. No, I'm not. All right. I'm not gonna lie to you, I did it solely because of the chairs. Oh, yeah, wait, I have to change the dash. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Uh-oh. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. What I'm gonna put it? Hey, you going here or no? Uh-oh. Hey, you going here? Oh, beautiful, thank you. No, I can't. Okay, 800. Sticky notes. My notes sticky. My notes sticky. Ico Mobile 4.0, 813.3 kilometer. The hay wagon. Well, you're right. I could just leave it in the back. Oh yeah, my compass. My compass. How did you say kilometer just now? Kilometer? I don't remember. What did I say? I already forgot. Kilometer. I don't remember either. I just be saying things, man. I just be saying things and I forgot. Give me my Minecraft. Oh. Oh no. Wait, it's in the forbidden place! No! It's gone forever. Hello? Car? Okay, did it move? Where did it go? Oh. Hey, excuse... What? And it's gone. Hey, put this. Wait. There's one more or no? Smoke your cigarette. You could use some sleep. No, no, no. I scrub. Come on, man. Come on. Yes. Oh, there goes my brush. Oh, hello. Your feet could use some sleep. Come on. Bro, this... My brushes, man. Can I peek these? I can. The Haymobile. Hey, 445. Remember this. The beginning of a new journey. The Koyo wagon. Wow. It's so beautiful. Ah, the beginning of my journey. In my new car. My Metal Gear car. Colonel. Yo, play some music, man, that's like this car. I don't know, shuffle it. Maybe you'll find something. Oh, perfect! You're gonna hear this twice today because it's also on the Leaf stream. Alright, let's see how this goes. I fear it's off to a bad start. I'm not sure it can handle the engine. Why wobble? Why so wobble? Oh god. This car... Hmm. Hmm. Alright, we have to test the brakes. That's the important part. Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Goes the day, eh, man? Suspension is awful, though. This car, not good suspension, man.
Dick.
Hey, goes just in time. This is new car. New car. Haha. But you see why crazy. Look, hold on.
Dick.
We call it the hay wagon. Why you ask? Well. Hey man. You see this? I forgot how that sound. Welcome to the hay wagon. Hello, car? Why you're stalling? Quit stalling. What is it? What? Oh my god. It's going to... This is a Bugatti, bro! What just happened? It just skipped from
Nothing
beats a Jet 2 holiday. Twitch, clip that. I don't think I have that feature. I thought I did. Wait, I need to look at something. I'm creating a quick clip. Silence. Silencio. Make the clip, come on. I want to look at the dash when that happened. Hello, can I not make a clip in my own channel? No! Thank you. Different page. Okay, wait. No, don't. Dude, this clip page is ass. Okay, I'm looking at it. It stalls out. The car stalls out. It stalls out again. And then it literally just skips. It hit like 80 kilometers an hour, and then it just skipped all the way to 140. It stalled twice and then just hit 140. What? What if I created the hayride? You know what? You're right, man. I even have the dude guy up there. This is the hayride. Should we turn him on? My XP is a little low. I don't really know how to turn it on. Whoa! This could be really bad, actually. Look at the dash. Stalls. Stalls again, I think. No? I mean, we're going uphill. That could be why. Look, what is going on? We can grind enough XP together. Oh my god. Hardcore Iron Man. Group hardcore. It sounds so fun because you could just share a bank. Also, if you have one person that you do it with, then when you have to do Shield of Arav, dude, so easy. 2 peoples. This car is overwhelming me. I'm gonna pissing myself. Why is coming fast? Oh, this is a banger right here. You guys see Shakira yesterday? Oh my god. Y'all see that? Honestly, I thought it was a pretty good, I thought it was a pretty good show. Sorry, this isn't Shakira, but I thought of Shakira because of the football show. What do they call it? Halftime show, yeah. I thought it was pretty good. They had so much going on. Shakira, dude. Those skips, man, they don't lie. They really don't. Crazy Colombia. I forgot who Shakira is. I only know Takanashi Kiara. That's like the same person. Yo, bump it up. Yo, bump it up, though. You're gonna be playing Nelly. You're gonna bump it up. You're gonna bump it up, though. You're gonna be playing this song right here. You're gonna be bumping this up. Most people think of the meme with the dude dancing to this, but I don't know. I still think of the original. Why Americanized football break? I really hate that they did that, yeah. But, at least Europe said they're not doing no hydration breaks and no halftime shows. So it's just a weird FIFA America thing with a halftime show. Hopefully that doesn't happen anymore. Mr. FIFA man given special treatment, yeah. As cool as the halftime show was, I don't be needing none of that. I don't be needing none of that right there. But hell yeah, Spain won. Let's go. Yo, Cloud Ripper, thank you for 2 months. 2 months, thank you so much. Holy moly. Already been 2 months, that's crazy. That's crazy right there. Deserved win? Oh my god, so like, the game itself was so boring. But because of the way that Spain plays, their specific style of passing and play, it was so satisfying. Spain and Barcelona do the tiki-taka. Sorry, if you don't know football speak, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But essentially, it's quick passes. They don't hold the ball for long, and they don't do very, like, lengthy runs. They do passing. It's so satisfying. I love the tiki-taka. Oh my god, Disco Polo, Disco Pogo. No, please, no Disco Polo. And you know what? It's true, though. You probably get Disco Polo in Poland. Ugh. No, please. I'm a failed Polandian because I don't like Disco Polo. Not very much. "24 watch streak. Oh my god, thank you for the watch streak as well. Wait. Oh, clip created from your stream using the clip that voice command. Oh, it did happen. Oh. People hate it, but I'm not gonna lie to you. That might be really handy for, like, for me. There are moments where I just, like, I forget to mark something on stream. Just asking to clip it, that's kind of sick. Sorry. I had to. I felt the temptation. It was there. No, Twitch, don't. I wonder if Romania has something like that. You guys have, dun 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 dun. Cigania. As long as it only does it when the streamer says it. Oh yeah, the TTS does cause it to happen at the moment. Yeah. Nobody likes Disco Polo? I have some friends in Poland who definitely like it, but it's just for parties. Like, they don't listen to it outside of parties. It's party music, which, fair enough. Oh boy, yeah, I'm pretty sure having a TOT stream, someone did TTS, and it created a clip. She just won her ex? Oh my god. Now wait a second. This song is so yandere. Oh! Forfeit the game if somebody else put you out of the game. Put your name to shame and... Sorry. Cover up your face. Takes you out of the frame. Your face. Run the race. It's too fast. You just won't last. Yeah. Somebody. Somebody, it's not Linkin Park at this point. needs to learn the scratching, man. Bro. That play it again. Play it again. Dude. Dude. Please. What a mastermind. For drinking, having a laugh, it's alright, but outside of partying, disco polo is out of the question. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't know if I hear it outside of parties, so you're right. Could they make it so the trigger word is different? I don't know. They have to find a way to not have it proc from other voices, but I don't know how they would do that. We know we're scratching rock music? Yes. Dude! Oh my god. Please. It makes me want to drive really fast. Like 5 years of it, but we just need more scratching and music again? Yes. Yes. Please. Guys, let's start a band. I'll do the vocals here. And I like your car. It's nice. And red. Can you imagine Blink-182 if they had scratches? I suck at music? We'll give you the cowbell. No one can suck at the cowbell. The pianist. Wow. Crazy. Yes. Forfeit the game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm going a little too fast. I'm going a little bit too fast. Too furious. I'm sorry. What? Oh my god, I thought we already traveled 131 kilometers. I was like, there's no way this car is doing that. How is it outpacing the actual sports car? I'd love to learn the keyboard one day, or drums. There's a song. There's a song, alright? From Deltarune. That apparently drummers simply cannot play. This is a Deltarune Chapter 3 spoiler. And, well, no, Chapter 4. It's a Chapter 4 spoiler. I mean, it's a song, so if you're not bothered too much about the song, you'll be okay. But, the song is in, what is it? 11/8 or something? So, it's just not normal. Or I don't know, something like that. And this guy tried. And he couldn't do it. Yeah, I like this guy. Chapter 4 is the TV? No. Chapter 4 is the church. I don't know why he says Chapter 3. This doesn't play Chapter 3. Oh, it's Chapter 3 because the OST is... Yeah, I forgot they were released together. He can't figure it out. Dude, he tries for 10 minutes. Yeah, but Toby Fox is Toby Fox. Yeah. This guy really likes Vaporeon, I just found out. Or maybe he just likes blue a lot. Actually, he just really likes the color blue. A lot. That's fair. Why he's blue? He's got the limited edition Pro Super Light too. Logitech. This looks like Rose. Just because of the color. Dude can't do it. Lol. He can't do it. I cannot fathom the drugs that Toby Fox had to be on to make this song. But I want some. I mean, the time signature only changes like 5 times in the song. I never watched this guy live. Is he even on Twitch? Or does he do YouTube exclusive streams? Good luck. Yeah, you gonna get it, bud? He does both? Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, because this is Chatterino, I think. This is Chatterino chat, so this must be YouTube then. I mean, you could actually tell the difference. Oh, it literally tells you. Never mind. I'm just blind. Even if you didn't have these markings, these little like icons, you can tell solely off the emote difference. Also, the badges. Oh, also the usernames. Actually, you can pretty much tell from everything. Yeah, he goes and tries again, but it's a tough one. It is tough. I understand. It's like 8/11ths or whatever, 11/8ths. 11/8ths. I'm no drummer. That's for show. Why there's boat? Excuse me. Hey, what the hell, man? You can just post a horse in YouTube. I mean, they do have 7TV on there now. Compatible. Wow. I'm gonna steal this. You got one more shiny one, please? Yes. Oh, Jesus! Hey! Sup? Shiny. Water. More sponge. More sponge. Wow, what a beautiful tire. Wow, another one. Is this a bucket? Hello? What's wrong with this? Hey, another tire. Hello? Katana! Samurai warrior. Oh, another one. We already have a replacement backup tire, but if I ever lose one, it's gonna be no good. We got oil, we got Gaius. Always need more Gaius. Can't say no to more Gaius. Hey, you're okay, man? Okay, good night. Oh, that's great, but one crash and everything flies out. Whoa! Oh. I can't K? Please? Left shift plus R, snap point, closest point. Origin, closest point. No. No. Perfect! Oh my god, bro. Always auto-saving in the worst point. Isn't orange? Wait, I don't want orange. Where's my red? Where's my red? Okay, well, we're gonna use orange first, I guess. Oh wait, no, it's got way more than I thought. This only got 7. Oh no. Any more red? What this song? What? What is this? Yo! Oh, dude! How do I look? Yeah! My name is Cuban Pete. Well, alright, it's gonna have to work for now. Hey, what happened to you? The hay wagon. The haunted hayride. The Copacabana. Can't this attach to... I'm sure that's totally fine. Saves just in case. This car needs some variety, though. It's just all red. Needs a little bit more, you know? Hello? You know, I could put a container of gas. I could. A gas barrel would fit, no problem. But no. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. Alright, onward. What? We were just at 60 kilometers an hour. Yo, chill, dude. Yo, man. We're above 140. Please. We're above 150. Come on, relax. This car is unstable, man. It can't handle this. It's going faster than the actual sports car. The hay van, man. The haymobile. The hayride. Crazy this. So what's everyone been playing lately? Any crazy video games? Oh god. Minecraft. Hell yeah. RuneScape, yeah! RuneScape on these hoes, I got adamant. The car makes you jam the music, you want it or not. It really does. Hearthstone? What the hell? I haven't been playing no Hearthstone in a long time. Payday 3? Interesting. Drain Sim. What the freak is Drain Sim? Just about nothing. Sometimes it be like that. Oh yeah, that's right. They got the trading card game plugin in RuneScape. People are so mad about it. People are pissed. They're like, "What's the point of this?" There's a mod in Final Fantasy now, and it basically just gives you a phone, and you can doom scroll on it. It's ridiculous. Unclogged drains when it's raining and flooded. Oh, crazy this. That sounds kind of satisfying. You ever watch those videos of like the super clogged sewer drains and someone like freeze it and just watch the water turn into like a whirlpool? Oh my god, it's so satisfying. So satisfaction. Why are we fighting sands? I gotta go fast. This song makes me want to play Beat Saber, even though this is the most requested song of all. Hey, streamer, can you play Reality Check Through the Skull, please? RCTTS, please. Please, streamer. I can't see. I literally can't see the road. Literally. Help. Lights. Camera. Action. Welcome to Total Drama Island. Doom scrolling in Final Fantasy. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yo, this car is so... How I can't driving this. I can't. I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear. No fun allowed, exactly. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have you tried the new housing in RuneScape? It looks really good. Pisses me off how good it looks. Pisses me off. Woo! I have to hit the brakes soon, I think. I literally can't control this car. Ha! You think you can stop me? You'll never stop me. This is the Haymobile, the Hayride, the Haywagon. I miss Vey. Oh! Can I save it? Oh my god, I just drifted through the oh my god. I just drifted between a tree and a giant rock. I wish I was third person for that. That was kind of sick. That's kind of sick nasty. This car is great. I think it was built for the drift. The Drift King. Yeah, that's me right there. That's it. I'm setting up Beat Saber tonight. I've had enough. Oh my god, the return of the Ico alt channel Beat Saber mute streams. Late at night. But this time not mute? Oh no, it would still be mute. It would absolutely still be mute. The alt channel is where I go when I don't want to talk, but I want to stream. Which hasn't happened in a while. Oh, like a glove. The urge to write is stronger. I've actually been writing up some lore. I change up my lore all the time, but this is pretty concrete. I like it a lot. But the problem is it basically made all previous lore canon. No main channel Beat Saber? Probably not. Probably not. It's pointless because that entire VOD would have to be deleted anyways. So, it would be a stream thing and then it's gone. Oh god. All Lord Canon? Yeah. I made... It's not the Icoverse. I just made it all canon because it's all different universes, worlds. But like... It's so complicated. It's so complicated. If I explained it, it would sound like... I was doing this before Undertale, Deltarune, but... It would... It would sound like I copy-pasted it. It's not copy-paste. I made it in my own way. The TLDR is that every character that I was, from Kisa rolls all the way to Aiko, they're all canon and they're all the same person, but they're all from a different universe. It's just alternate. Different world? I don't know. It's all the same people, but they don't remember anything. I don't know. Brain rot. I was like, dude, I'm so tired of, like, sunsetting my lore. I'm just gonna make it all canon. Welcome to the crazy world of Aiko. Great song. The song's so good. Holy moly, Aiko verse. I like writing, but it's all cringe. I'm too inspired off of my old cringe fandom world times. Like Homestuck. Project Moon variants. Yeah, basically everyone's just an iteration of a previous thing, a previous chapter. Because it's not universes or worlds there, it's chapters. Well, it's a world, but it's a chapter. Unfortunately, this means that VR chat is canon in the Aikoverse, but, you know, sometimes you gotta make some exceptions. It's not called the Aikoverse. I never knew what to name it. The Kisuverse, since that's the first character in the line. The Koyoverse. It's too close to the Hoyoverse. Can't do it. I'm gonna get sued. That means the long drive is canon. Unbelievable. Writing's fun, dude. Whenever I'm stressed or in a bad mood, if maybe I just don't feel like playing a game, I just write. It's fun. I like writing. At this point, if I just compiled everything that I've written, just lore-wise, since the beginning of writing lore, I would probably have like 5 books worth. Surely each thing is like 200 pages. Well, I'd be writing so much. Can you believe it? That means Ghost the Dane is canon. In the Koyoverse. In the Borpaverse. I'm canon? It's true, you are. You're there. You're real! No, you're a ghost. Wait, true. So silly, of course. Actually, it's kind of similar to the Amazing Digital Circus, because you know how every episode is like the same world, but different? Like it's... You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. But like... Without the memories, you don't retain the memories every different world. I'm also canon. Man, I wish I was canon. Oh god. No. Not canon. Sorgi. It's complicated. Oh god! But where are those that share the memories? Precisely. Precisely. I just compare it to Undertale and Deltarune because the same characters essentially exist between both worlds, universes, but they don't have the memories of the previous. As far as we know at the moment, at least. So, like, it's a good example. Just an alternate reality. Same people, kind of. Forever. Forever. Redding's very fun. Only Sans remembers? Yeah. Precisely. Sans Undertale. Is that a mention? Okay. I was like, why won't it render? I didn't even turn there. That was the car itself. Hey, men. Tja! Rakueskatten patse. Blue. And why is blue? Back up! Dude, there's so many of them in this mansion. Oh my god. An AK with 30 bullets. How much do you have? 28? Give me this AK. This got 4? Give me the revolver. Give me the revolver. Whoa. Hello, I am dumb. Hi, dumb. Were they not arriving today after all? Pink. Oh wait, I didn't check the back. Doesn't look very promising, man. What? What is this? Yo! It's so shiny. I just don't know if I want it. It's small, yeah. I'm pretty sure this is the first car, yeah. Well, the thing is, the first car can be many different cars. Technically, you can start with the sports car. It kind of looks nice, though, yeah? But I'm happy with the car we have. 9 to 10 p.m. and the last thing we talked about was the internet people, but she meant actual cleaning cloth per delivery. I see. Your summer car? Yeah. Is he gonna stall out again? Very strange car. Dude, look at it go. Can you relate or am I dumb? I mean, you're not dumb, but I can't relate. The reason is we have very specific conversations for when people are like showing up. I'm out of touch. Like, I understand what the error was. But I can't relate. Unfortunately. Also, the terminology is different, I guess. Because you said... Yes. I want whatever color that car was. It was like a darker blue, yeah? That's what was like pushing me too. I was like, whoa, that car looks nice. It's like a very dark tinted blue. Look how fast the car is going. I bet you can't even tell how fast it's going because it's past the thing, man. It's past the thing, man. Like, what the hell, man? Oh god, look out. Woohoo! Pebbles. Pens. Broomstick handle. Hockey stick handle. Dove, what's up? Thank you for the follow. You're out of touch. Stabilize. No, it's the others who are wrong. No, no, you're out of touch. You're out of time. What's up, lightning? What's good, what's good? I'm out of time. Yeah. Me when I'm out of touch and out of time. Hi, I'm out of touch and out of time. But what is time? If not a construct of the social world? Who's splat? It's 1711. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's body count was a solid and sturdy 30. The silence is deafening. Hello? Music? Oh. Been a minute. Been a long minute. Did you enjoy yesterday? Yes. I actually did a lot. Oh! Ooh! But I felt so bad for Messi. Because he was trying his damn hardest to carry that team, dude. Him and Martinez. Oh my lord. They really tried, even with one man down. I just remember when I have such a hard time getting into the vibe to play it. Honestly, it's very fair. I just go through like sporadic episodes where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna play some. And then what I end up doing, since I've already beaten the game 3 times, vanilla, I try to like super mod it. But something about like Cyberpunk, I don't know. I can't like convince myself to play it when it's super modded. Reminds me of Skyrim, but like sort of opposite because Skyrim I have more playtime trying to mod the game than actually play it. We got 3rd place, France. France, and Mbappe is the golden goal. Oh wait, was it England? Oh. Wait. Why'd they say France then? Well, Mbappe has like the Golden Boot award. I guess it was England. I didn't watch that match. I probably should have. Everyone said it was crazy. Oh! What is that? What? How you fly out? Give me that back. Give me that back. No. No. Oh well. Yeah, I didn't watch that one. What was I doing? I don't even remember. Who the hell's Lucas? George Lucas? Probably not. That dude seems crazy. Iden Trout? Enjoy your trout. I'm jealous. Speaking of vanilla, gotta go find an ice cream flavor. You mean mint chocolate chip? The best flavor? Duh. Duh. Hell yeah, sleep token. Yeah, sleep token. Would have preferred France. I'm okay with either or. I'm quite content with either or getting 3rd. I'm very happy for Spain, though. Their 2nd win ever in history. Tell me it was the best in the world. I'm gonna test that. What, vanilla? Lucuma. I don't know. Curcuma. Miku is the trophy. It's great because it's just more awesome like Miku art. Last was in South Africa. No, last was in Qatar. South Africa, wasn't that like 2010? Spain won back-to-back? No. Argentina won last year. Or last time. Not last year. Yeah, no. Spain hasn't won in a very long time. This is their 2nd win ever in history. I think... what year was it that Spain won last? A long time ago. A long time ago. The years, I don't remember them very well, but... Spain has one of the most satisfying play styles in all of football. Because they play like old Barcelona did. They got that tiki-taka. The 1-2 pass. Oh, dude, it's so... It was the most boring final I've ever watched, but it's so satisfying to look at. Old Barcelona. Germany 7-1 Brazil. Yeah, that was quite the time. That was quite the time. Argentina got 0 shots on the goal, by the way. In that final. Like, they actually just got insanely outclassed. And that's why I feel so bad. Like, I wanted to at least see a really cool, intense game, and it was really intense. But, dude, Spain had like 17 shots on goal. I don't care about football too much. Yeah, that's fair. I don't particularly care for most sports. I just like football and I like hockey. Intense for wrong reasons, yeah. A lot of fouling going on, a lot of people just trying to beat each other up. Alright, the next one is going to be in several countries. I actually didn't even look at... I think they already announced what the next one is. I think it was... I know Portugal was one. Morocco, Portugal, and Spain is the next one. Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. What happened to all the oil? Oh my god. I was like, there's no way we lost all of the oil in the oil tank. How's the cooler looking? Nice. Yeah, test out ice cream. And share it in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Gasoline. Do any of these look like they can be replaced? Everything looks pretty much top-notch quality here. I'm also looking at the tires. No, they look fine. They look fine. Literally alright. Literally. Help! I'm stuck! I hate this place. Oh, I'm out. Bro. Dude, that stall scares me every time that, like, the engine's dying. It's gonna happen again, right? No? Okay. It only did the one stall out? And now it's going over 150 again? Great. Excellent. We're almost at 100 kilometers with this car already. Not bad. It might actually be better than the sports car, which is really odd. It's good. If I don't talk much, it's not great. If I don't reply, I was allergic. Oh, that's good. That's really good. It's not stall. Engine goes overdrive. Light speed. Engine startup. Oh my god, it's going hyperdrive. Dude, this thing's a spaceship. Look at the temps. They barely get into the hot zone. Like, they're barely getting there. Oh my. Why is Bumpy? And for why the bump? We're heading west, Zod. In West Philadelphia, born and raised in the playground where I would behave. Low-key, they should release some, like, Sleep Token albums, but, like, full instrumental. It's just vibes. Gotta love those drums. Dude, I'm just noticing, besides the glove compartment, what is with this weird divide in the car? Like, there's just an area below it. Below the dash, below the radio. It's just completely empty. Wait, there's not even a point for the glove compartment. What the hell? Because it'll just fall. Schleff. You are Schleff, dude. You're Schleff. You're Schleff. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, man. I don't mean it like this. You're treble clef. You're treble clef. Oh. All I lost was a light? Wow, that was legitness. No, what the hell? That don't look like a light. I'm sorry, what? Can you repeat? I don't think I've ever heard the lyrics for this song. I'm sorry, what does that normally sound like on the radio? Because it's not what I remember hearing in the song. I just like this part of the song. She's so evil. Maybe I can fix her. What is that? It made me think of Ubi. Goragul Turn. Why? And why he suck? Lofin. Can't listen to this song thanks to a video I made of Lala singing this. Really? Fair. This is a meme? Quite funny for being a sock. I can imagine. Honestly, I just like the song. I mean, it's a good song, but I'm a sucker for the accent. Yo, maybe Leaf needs this song, because she goes la la la. Dude, what is this zigzag? Sounds just like her? No, it does not. Absolutely not. This is some, like, more posh English accent. Maybe? Oh, just the la 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 part? Oh, you're right. You're right. It is no posh? What, like, what would you call it? Yeah, you're right, it's not posh. I don't know, London? Oh. Okay, so I was right, but I was thinking the wrong term. Because it's like, this is very London. Yeah. London bin knife. You want to hear posh? Listen to anything Jacob Rees-Mogg said? You guys like Ren? Is his name Ren? Hey man, why am I hanging from your mirror? I was just thinking about you, man. You know, I miss the things we had, like the podcast. Reminds you of good times. Now we're not even friends anymore. That was Pog, the pizza review? Yeah. Yeah, I remember those times. Unfortunately, the pizza review will not return. Yeah, the pizza review, that's probably not doable. Probably not doable. How about a steak review? We can just do the... Joe is hungry! The Joe is hungry McDonald's super review! Starting with the temperature test. Podcast, on the other hand... He's just lying. It wouldn't even be RGB anymore, so what's the point? The RRR podcast and everything's just red. The Redhead podcast, and I have to show up as a redhead. I have a really cool model idea, but I don't want to annoy Peanut. Even though he said it's like totally fine to contact him about it. I'm like, bro, I don't want to bother him with it. But I have an idea. The idea is inspired off of a potential Only Neko's university. I'm like, damn, this would be really good actually, but I had to think about it. Steak review. Alright, Shivi, you start making steak reviews and we're gonna react to you at the end of every podcast. And see what you're gonna guess. But this means you have to, like, travel the world to, you know, try out steaks. Yeah. Does anyone like this guy?
Dick.
I'm just curious if anyone even knows who Ren is. It kind of sounds like Seer. He's so England. I said it to Bisha, and Bisha was like, I can't listen to this. His accent's too British. I'm like, damn. We're going so fast, but I have, like, control of the car. It actually might genuinely be better than the sports car. Barring the fact that if I make one bad, like, random turn, it will spin out and probably flip. Kinda reminds me of Dan Bull. Dan Bull! Don't come back. I'm an assassin, one with a passion. It makes a funny sound. It does. You found a lot of them, but I don't know if you even found half yet. There are quite a few. That's where the sound is from? There's quite a few.
Dick.
That was part of Deke? Nope. But I can also click it. Schubert. Coffee. Goobert.
Huh?
Well, it has goo in it, but yeah, you could say Goobert. Is this dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. No Scoobert. I'll give you a hint. One of them is a purple cat girl. Oh! Meowdy! My wheel. What's happening here, please? Oh, jeez, you activated her. Now she's here. Oh, it's this.
Dick.
What happened? God damn, this crash broke everything. Oh, jeez. Chat, everyone please sing happy birthday for Radiant. It was her birthday yesterday, so... Honestly, big fan of it splatting when someone says Radiant. Big fan. My car okay or no? Is that what that is? I have a couple of words that proc the splat sound. Actually, I was thinking of making your sound. If anyone said a radiant, it would be the reverse one. You know, the when you leave Lancer's room, it's the... I'm slowly adding Easter egg sounds.
Dick.
But the splat was necessary. It's my favorite sound from Deltarune. And why it's splat? Chat, don't splat and drive. I have the splat explosion on my soundboard. Oh, that's great. The only two things I have on my stream deck are... and the splat. What happened there? That was me. Those are my two buttons that I can spam anytime I want. Like this. What even is that? It's just a splat sound from Deltarune. It happens in a lot of situations, but what's important is to know that it's a splat sound. Glue gunner from Bloons Tower Defense. These guys play balloons. What the? Bloons was so fun for a bit. I played it for so long. And why? I don't know. Who even balloons anymore? Today or tomorrow? Alright, what accent should I learn next? I've clearly mastered every other accent that I speak, so what's the next one? German. Ja. Ja. Wait. I'm thinking. Ja, das ist gut. Like der Panzerspauwagen. Aussie. Australia. Oh, I'm so bad at the Australian one. I don't know why. Okay, Gamin. Wir speichern. Yeah, whatever he says. We have that sound here. Holy smokes! You know, it's funny. I'm really bad at the Australian accent, but I used to hang out with so many Australians when I was younger. The Minecraft server, or like the Minecraft group that I met on a private server with my IRL friend, there were so many Australians. I just can't do it. I usually just siphon accents from the people that I hang out with over the years. This is why I can't form proper sentences in normal English, England. This is part of the reason why I really like Vey. Because her accent is so broken because she's Polish, raised by a Polish family. Okay, let's try again. Raised by a Polish family, but they live in England, so the English accent, but then she spent most of her internet life with Americans. So it's like, what is her accent? What sort of weird hybrid theory did she make? I can never remember Vay's Polish. Well, to be fair, even though she understands Polish, she doesn't speak it very well. Oh my god, the car goes so fast, I can't even see the road. Cargo no space, cargo road. Good day, mate. Haven't had brekkie yet. Might go on a Macca's run soon. My shout. Nah, I didn't do it right. I think I was just too British. And why did I add rasp? I think because when I think of Australian, I just think of... Who do I even think of? I don't know. Guess I gotta really learn it. I'm gonna spend some time with some Australians. Straya, mate. The band? No, I definitely think of like... I don't know who, but like... Cause who has that like voice? I don't know. I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. I don't even think I'm that good at accents. I think people just like, wow, you're really good at accents. I'm like, oh, thanks, you're lying, but thanks. Especially because typically it's the British one that people are like, wow, you're really good at that. And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I feel every Brit that tells me it's the worst like accent rendition they've ever heard. Yo, this song's vibes. Bottle water. I was alright at modulating my voice in the puberty hit. I feel like I don't know. Pre-puberty, I feel like I didn't try any accents. Maybe I was a pro back then and just didn't know it. That's not true. I did the, hey, why you? Why you listening for me? God damn. I've been doing that for the majority of my life. And people just really enjoy it. And it confuses people too. I'm literally breaking through the ceiling of this bloody... I'm literally breaking through the ceiling of this car. Look at it. In me mum's car. Brum brum. Get out me car. Aww. Yo, you guys remember this or not? It was a good time. It's bloomin' mental. Literally. I mean, I'm probably better at it now than back then. When I really tried to do it. I just mimic Leaf, especially when she gets like frazzled. She's like, I'm not. I'm literally not. Oh my god. That doesn't sound like her at all, but you get the point. My god, what if I'm just a mimic? Aiko, the wandering mimic. Secret of the Mimic. All I'm saying is if Freerin likes mimics, I guess I'm a mimic. Huh. Know what I'm saying? Yorunoboru. Dude, oh my god. The way you spell Aiko reminded me... There was a moment a long time ago when I was thinking about going back to the Koyo name. I thought about like how funny it would be if I did like Koyo, but the Y would be a J, because you know. But then I was like, no, because any like Spanish-speaking Latino anybody, if they saw that, they would just say Koho. I'm like, no, I can't do it. Literally can't do it. It would confuse me. Actually, maybe that'd be funny though. Not gonna do it though. Kojo. I'll do Kollo. Koyo. But then isn't there a dialect within there that'll be like Kojo? Kojo. Spanish will call you. No. Maybe very confusion. Oh my lord. What a bumpy ride. Oh, I always want to do Jamaican, but I can't do it right. Vey does it so well, because she did it for the trolls and WoW. I couldn't mimic it right. It's just like my brain doesn't know how to do it. Hey man. Hey man. Bumbleclat. Oh. Oh mein God. Please. Oh mein Gott. Two-faced. Frick. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Why blood? Too big crash. Too big crash. Hello? Thank you. And why crashing? She crashed on my Bandicoot until I Cortex. Hello? Car? What am I missing from here? Oh, here. Hello? Oh my god, the car's like moving on its own sometimes, man. It's cursed. Car is red, it's matching, no worries, no problem. They don't gonna say it. Beer can when talking about bacon. Beer can. If I can't, I know my beer can. You know what I'm saying? Wow. It's become silent. The silence is deafening. Oh. I know this song. Haha. Don't. Do. Need priest? No. No, please. It's me, the devil. I'm left-handed. Therefore, I am the devil. I am devil spawn. We've been traveling quite fast, man. Wait, are we already at 157 kilometers? Oh my god, dude. 158 kilometers. 158 kilo. The Deval. If you think you're gonna graduate from this school without showing... Never mind. Forget about it. What are the ambidextrous? Traitors. Literally. At least in Poland. Especially doctors. Like, if they... Because doctors typically should be. For whatever reason, I don't know. That's just what they say. But if you can write with both hands, you're a traitor. Especially if you started with by being right-handed. And decided to try to write with your left. If you're left and try to do right, I think it's different. It's more like you're improving yourself, but... Look, dude, these hills are crazy. I remember that video. If you think that you can graduate from this school without sucking my cock, you're dead wrong. Dude, those shows are so crazy. Like, what? This song was written, it's a true story about Aiko going to the bar after losing his GF. And the bartender lady was there. I'm lying. That didn't happen. It's not a true story. It's not. Just made that up. But you believed it for a second, didn't you? LARPing. That word is ruined by modern day by the world. LARPing used to mean something. It really did. Too long to have such stories. I definitely have some weird stories from high school and university times, but... No, I can't say I've ever gone to a bar after a breakup and some bartender lady started... Oh god. Offering drinks more and more. And whatever happens in the video. Initiating hyperdrive. When do we get out of this biome, man? Even though it's the easiest one to like spot broken parts if we lose them, but... Oh my god. Oh my god! Dude, what is this road? Sweet Jesus. Oh my god. I can't do anything. No. 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 Please. This is mine. Where you wanna go? This is my Commodore. Very important keyboard. And for why I have it? It's my friend. Why you jealous? You don't have Commodore friend? Lol. Well, I do. I'm having. I teach myself to do these voices without, like, super raising it. I feel like I'm so loud talking, and then the next day, or even after the stream, I'm like, oh, mate, my voice is dying. Overexerted. But why I can't just speaking like this, you know? Very casual. Very casual conversation. Speaking like this is no problem. No problem here. Please. Stabilize. Please stabilize. We're going down the mountain. I went so fast, it's back on the speedometer. I can't do anything! Like a glove? Very easy. I'm professional driver, man. I will be the Uber driver.
Holy moly.
Holy moly. Holy moly. Uber driver. Her birthday. Everything reminds me of her. Oh my god, look at those drops on the right side. I hope one day this map or this game gets such an update that just adds like a crazy biome. Alright, that's really bad. What did I even lose? Wait, nothing flew out of the window or the door. I'm a little surprised. Hello, please. Carlo go send. Cargo road. No, car no do that. Cargo road. Dude, what the freak? Get in there. Dang it, I should have showed Radiant the license plate. Go sleeping. Closes. Feeling down. Tonight! We are young. So, set the world on fire. tonight. We are young. Dude, move from me. Oh wait, I don't even see hey. What? I said hey, ha, hey, better, hey, but play that. I think I'm dying. Is there a hey, ha, hey? Where the hell is it? Who did this? I know I have it here somewhere. Was that the bottom list? I said hey, ha, hey. Song discovered. Oh my, oh my. Please. Why are you coming fast? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello? Hey, where are you going? Why are you so coming? Why? My friends, wait for me. Oh. Yo, unironically, I think the jack-o'-lantern is saving me from like a really major flip crash of death. You know what I'm saying or no? Why they don't care? They don't care me because, you know, you looking me, I'm green. And they're no green. No. They're no. This is alien racism. No good. No good. They blew? Yes. Blew his house with the blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. Cause he ain't got nobody to listen. I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. If I was green, I would die. If I was green, I would die. It's not the lyrics. Yeah. Yeah. They actually played this at the final yesterday. It's pretty good. The World Cup. During hydration break. Yo, I'm Drift King or what? Yo, bump it up. Yo, bump it up though. Yeah. Yeah. VOD watchers gonna be so confused. They're like, what the hell's happening right now? Whoa, whoa, what is this biome? Wait, this is a really strange... Is that a hey, ha, the hey, the boogie the bee? That's what I think every time I hear this song, bro. Boogie the bee. Dude, this is a weird look. Where am I? Googie DB Baba the bee. What a banger, dude. What do they do to the bee? Boogie and the hood and the pointed the bee. Why they pointed the bee? It's so bright. It's so bright and white. Wait, how does this look normally? Oh my god. No way. There's only one song that can fit this scenario. And it's not the song Homie by Mustard Service. Wow! Christmas in July! Wow! Dude, people hate this song. Actually, no, they love it. It's like the most... What the hell I'm looking? And why? Alcohol. Oh my god, I would need like so many of these to actually tint it. Did my mouse just die? What just happened? Wow. This is the ugliest, I mean most beautiful car I ever seen. Red. What? Beautiful. Christmas. We got all. What do we got in here? Any guys? Empty. And why? And why nothing, man? You know? Diesel. Green? No, this is not good. Please, my frames. I need a raid. This new? Or the same? Nah, it's the same. I don't care. I don't even care nothing. You know? Hey, give me, man. Rune! The Runeskald. Have you changed your wheels already? No. Okay, how does this look if I'm in... Oh no, oh no. It's not good. It's not good, man, I don't know. Okay. Hey. Hey, 445. Wow, back on the trail again. And just in time for the song to end. What's next? Hit me with it. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Why there's cactus? Why there's cactus if there is a snow? Please. Why this? And for why there is the... This doesn't even... There's snow, but cactus. What's going here? I don't know. White sand? No. This is snow. Oh lord. Oh lord. Yeah, I just saved that. I'm a little bit of a pro driver. Get this out. Where do you want to go? Dude, what is this road? Dude. 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 Dude, man. Dude, man. Dude, man. What the hell? Where I am? It's a road? Look at this! Oh my god! Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Sweet Lord me. Heavens to Betsy. Oh my, oh my, oh, oh, oh. That's the only time I see this kind of bouncing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Rally driver, Robert Koika. Yes, how did you know my identity? You don't have roads like that in America? Not that bad. Not that bad. Like, they're bad, but they're not that bad. Like, they're bad, but, like, you know, they ain't that bad. Whoa! I almost died. I almost just died. Out of nowhere, that's what I'm saying. Audi Quattro? Yeah, this is my, This is my hayride. This is the hay, man. Hey, man, what are you doing, man? What are you driving, man? I'm driving, man. You driving, man? Okay. Thank you for driving, man. I drive him in. Colorblind Rod. It's Christmas! Oh, no one even understands the real, true miracle of Christmas. You guys, you know what? You just need to understand Roy G. Biv a little bit. You know? Here. Here. Everybody just listen. Just listen, man. Okay? Roy G. Biv. I'm wearing a Boards of Canada shirt right now. In real life. Hell yeah, brother. Hey. Hey. This is some proper nighttime driving music right here. Next we just need, it's gonna be a fine night tonight, it's gonna be a fine day tomorrow, it's gonna be fine night tonight. Habba-dabba-dee, babby-dee. Good song, eh? I'm gonna play my favorite one. I'm gonna play my favorite one right here. I'm gonna play my... No. Why? I'm playing my favorite. No. No, no, no. 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 What is... Hello? Where is this? Dude, how do you even find... Screw it. I bought their discography. I'll play it through my own stuff. If you don't even want to do that, then I'm just gonna play it from here then. And then you're gonna be like, why? How we got this one too? Um... Did I forget what album was on? Am I just wrong? Here it is. I was like, where is it? Oh my god, I just jumped over that rock, essentially. Jesus. Yo, please. What just happened? I can't complain with the car full stops, but I was so ready for a good drift there. Hey, please. Please driving. Please driving. What's up, Elite? Yo, what's up, man? You know how it is just driving? The long way. God damn. Oh wait, we surpassed 200 kilometers with this car already. Jeez, man, we've been like... This car's crazy. It's better than the sports car. "2026 FIFA World Cup controversies Wikipedia page." There's so much, dude. Oh my god. It's actually crazy. The final was boring, but like I've said a couple times already today, Spain's playstyle is just so satisfying that I didn't mind. I really didn't mind how boring the final really was. They got the old Barcelona playstyle. Yeah, the third place match I heard was really, really good. I really should have watched it. Just didn't have time that exact day, and I was like, well, I already missed it. Honestly, I just felt bad for Messi at the end. I'm not a fan. I'm really not a huge Messi fan. But that entire match, it was just Martinez carrying and then Messi trying to make something happen, and like, dude, his team they just weren't there, man. They got essentially one sort of good shot, in quotes, good chance at a shot, and the dude missed so crazy. It flew over the net, man. It flew over the goal. I felt so bad for him, especially if he's retiring. It was a great chance. It really was. Dude. Oh. Messi's face afterwards, he's like, "Are you serious?" Haaland's also in Elo Hell. He is. He really is. It was cool to see him, you know, play international like that. It was awesome. In 2 years, we got the Euros, guys. Oh, God. Maybe I'll go watch the third place match at some point. Check didn't clear. The only people I felt bad for were Martinez and Messi. During that final. Martinez was playing with a broken finger, man. He had 9 fingers to work with. And he was playing, he was crazy. Seriously, he was insane. I would have given him goalkeeper of the tournament. I also get when people say third place is whatever. I don't even think it's whatever. I think top 3 is extremely impressive. Top 10 in the World Cup is super impressive. It's just, I think people they're not fans of England. I don't know. I would have been content if England won the entire World Cup, but I knew they wouldn't. To be fair, I thought Argentina was taking it all the way, but Spain, man, that was great. And my dad was telling me, he was complaining about the final, like 30 minutes in. He's like, dude, why am I watching this? Spain versus England, or sorry, France versus England should have been the final match. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. But I didn't watch it. I was rooting for Norway since the beginning. I mean, no. Japan, and when Japan got knocked out, I went full Norway. I was like, dude, Norway gotta win, man. But that's okay. They got such a satisfying playstyle. Though I get it, if Messi really is retiring from at least international play. Oh god. Oh god. The only place I didn't want to...
Dig.
What just flew away? What is that? The mirror. The side view mirror? Do I really need it? Probably not. Come on, fix it. Come on. Come on. That would have been crazy if it just rolled away. England, France, Japan, Iran, also Norway. Japan, Norway. Between England and France, I was rooting more for England. Just because France, I don't know. Also, like, Spain has a team full of, like, kids. They are all, like, 18, 19 years old. Alright? So, there's no question their stamina was better than, like, most of the teams internationally, because most international teams have, like, 20 plus, maybe some 30-year-olds. Messi's, you know. I mean, Messi's still carrying Argentina at his age, so I don't know. There's no question he's the greatest of his time. Currently the greatest of all time. Really can't even compare to, like, previous GOATs. He's just the greatest of all time. But I'm just... I don't know. I respect him for who he is. Just not my cup of tea. Maybe it's because all of my friends throughout life were Barca fans. You know, Barcelona to die for. And I'm like, it's always Messi. It's always Messi. I just got tired of it, I guess. Bro, dude, what is happening with this car? Come on, man. We got a road to drive. No time for this. LeBron, Tom Brady, Messi. Don't sleep on Unks. Yeah, you're right. Racing is different, but a dude named Denny Hamlin in his 40s popping off this year. Racing, I know, is like super heavy on like reaction time, right? So I can't even imagine someone in their 40s. I just don't know. It's gonna be a cringe comparison, but I just think of Shroud, I guess, because you know he's still popping off in shooters, and dude's a boomer. He's Unk status, but he still pops off in shooters. He got that reaction time. It's crazy. I guess when you do something for so long, sometimes it's not even reaction time, it's just muscle memory. Car giving up, wants a little sleep. Oh my god! Wait, stop it. Enough. Go back to the mashup. Okay. This only plagued VR chat for like 2 years. In the early days. Ask him for tips, and he says a lot that it's hard to answer because he easily has 10,000 hours muscle memory in League. Yeah. That's what I like about the pros, though. Like, they'll have good tips and advice, but it is, and especially the ones that are retired at this point. They have great advice, but the advice is more like, well, I don't know what to tell you, man. I have 10,000 hours in this game, like, it's just a part of who I am now. I like Mendo. His old like Apex guides were really good because a lot of it's like, well, this is muscle memory, but yeah, I can teach you how to do the bunny hops and stuff. I was only good at Apex Legends because of Mendo and his like videos. Like how to B-hop while reapplying shields. We're all unks now. It's okay. Not a day goes by where I don't think about where I would have been if I played more like soccer throughout life. Or, I don't know, stuck to one video game. Would I want to be an ex-League pro at this point in time? Probably not. I don't know, man. Maybe. Soldier 76. That was a Genji main, so it's, yeah. Was. I fell off of Genji so hard. Granted, when we did that one, the first Overwatch tournament, was that one a charity? I think the first one was a charity as well. But I didn't practice much. This one already played. Skip. Zenyatta. When I got back into Overwatch a little bit after the first tournament, I played Ana, and then Kiriko eventually released. But I played more like supports. Yeah, sometimes I think about the what ifs. I'm like, bro, what if I played League more? What if I mean, I really wasn't that good at soccer, to be honest, when I played on the high school team and whatnot. I wasn't that great. But, you know, the people that were on that team, like, I didn't play it that often before joining the team. And I used to be really good at bullet hells, but now I play like Undertale and Deltarune, dude, and I'm so bad. I get hit by something all the time. I'm just washed. I'm a washed old man. I'm not even that old, but I'm just washed. Honestly, if you play something for long enough, you'll be good at it again, but everyone has like a ceiling, a skill cap. And I was never good at shooters. I just didn't like shooters. I don't know if I have a game that I can consider myself like above average. Maybe like Beat Saber is the one game where I was like, yeah, I was pretty good at it. But that was back in the day. So, you know, like it was actually impressive to be top like 100, top 60, whatever. Now I think it's only like you're impressive. Actually, I don't know. It might have changed. I think it's impressive to be like top 2K now, actually. Overwatch tournament. I wonder if there's a video on YouTube somewhere. I'm not sure. I don't know. I participated in the first one. I don't remember if I did any other ones afterwards. But Elite did some like shoutcast practice. How was it, like 2 years ago now? I joined for those. I joined the shoutcast practice. I wasn't all that good. The only time I popped off was when someone else on the team only played Widowmaker, so I was like, I'm over it. So I switched over to Widowmaker and just kept killing them. They were so pissed, they unfollowed me everywhere. And like blocked me on Discord. I remember to this day. Whose POV I watched at the time, if it was Cap or someone else. To be fair, Dyrus was in the first tournament, so like, I'm not gonna say that you know, one person can carry an entire video game, but Dyrus being like, if you put Surefour on a team in that tournament, we would know what team wins. All right. So when I saw Dyrus, I was like, this is cooked. Like, I thought this was just like some like casual tournament. That team was the reason they put a rule for the next one that you have to have like a specific average thing on your team so you don't just get the easy win. And that team had, I think, Ralphie, who's really good at Genji, Dyrus. I might be mixing it up though. I'm not sure. Those two I knew were really good at it. I think Lalathon was good at it. He was good at Soldier. Actually, that might have been a different team. I think Ralphie, Linden, Lala were on a team, and then it was Soul, Dyrus, Autumn? I can't remember now. It's been so long. Pretty sure our team got removed first. We got eliminated first. But we just picked a team of like people who enjoy the game, not really play it like competitively. Like it was me, Leaf, Ghost? I don't remember. I can't remember like who all was on our team now. But people complained afterwards. They're like, yo, hey, you got eliminated too? Yeah. I was like, well, it's not a big deal. It's a video game. It's charity. We don't gotta be so mad about a charity event. Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, yo, you guys... I don't remember who like set up that team. It might have been Leaf that invited me. I don't remember, but point being, we're like, oh, this will be fun. Yeah, it'll be a fun time. I think every other team was there to sweat and win, which fair enough. Fair enough. Understandable. The World Cup has made me want to play FIFA. That's how they get you. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I am too. Lol and Lynn are too competitive not to. How's Lyndon doing, man? Does he stream still? I haven't seen Lynn in a minute. Dude, so many people from back then just stopped streaming. So many people overall stopped streaming. I like them not enough to watch him. I never had the time, because he would stream like before me, I feel like, or during my stream times as well. So we would collide in VR chat, but that's about it. I was watching Doki do the watch along yesterday for the final. I was like, man, I should have just done some of these. I should have just done some watch alongs. Granted, yesterday probably a good thing I didn't stream. Should be Doki, no Doki Bird. Doki Bird, watch along for the final for the World Cup. Doki Bird. I was supposed to stream, but the new season of the King of the Hill came out today. King of the Hill. Cool. I want to watch Gravity Falls. I don't know. Am I gonna be too boomer, like too unk status to like that show, or? I don't know. I like Deltarune and Amazing Digital Circus, so probably not. Yeah, SC. That's crazy, honestly. She collabed with Kiara, right? That was cool. I'm just here to have fun or whatever. Her t-shirt. It's chill. I didn't watch the full of Gravity Falls. It was one of those games. One of those shows that fell victim to the fandom that cringed me out. She put Argentina on the... Oh my god, so she finished the curse for real. I wonder if she'll try again in 4 years, or if she'll try for the Euros. You liked it? Okay. Then I think I would enjoy it. Is it a long show? Well, to assume VTubing will be around in 4 years. What in the world do you think is going to happen in 4 years? The VTuber apocalypse? Hey, yo. 3 seasons. Oh, that's not bad at all. World War III, the end of VTubers. Y'all kidding me? They're gonna be VTubers and streamers running around on the battlefield streaming it like, yo guys, oh my god. They already do that. It's crazy. They already be recording like things going down and uploading to TikTok. Two seasons? Oh, okay. I mean, that's even better for me. I also want to rewatch the Over the Garden Wall. I'm just in a mood for like those shows. And I might host the regular show as like a movie night thing, and we'll watch like 4 episodes or something a session. I think each episode's about 30 minutes. So yeah, like a 2-hour dedication. It's not that bad. Some episodes are shorter though. Like I know there's some episodes that go for like 11 minutes. The new regular show? No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good on that. There's a prequel show for Adventure Time? I never even saw the ending for that. I fell off of Adventure Time. Oh, I know about the Fiona. Yeah, okay. I thought that was just like a. Not really a spin off, but like a. Almost like shorts. Where, like, if a normal episode is like 45, 30 minutes long, then those would be like 15 minutes. Like in betweens almost. Continuation of the universe? I see. Whatever, man. People just be milking shows like it's nothing these days. And movies. Talking to you, Toy Story 5. Shrek 5. Princess Bubblegum and Marcy show. Anyone ever watch that show? Was it like Disenchanted? I actually thought it was pretty interesting, but I only watched like the first few episodes. It was while I was on vacation and I couldn't fall asleep one night, so I just opened Netflix and I found that show. I was like, this is interesting. It's not Friday. I feel like that's the show I should watch, Disenchanted. Out of all the shows we have just named, which one's the best? But like, in your opinion, not like statistically, because I'm sure statistically it's gonna be Adventure Time. Then again, I don't know. Gravity Falls had quite a lot of, like, the fandom was crazy. I wouldn't watch all of Adventure Time, it's just too long. I say that, but regular show's also like 244 episodes, so... Yeah, there's that. I don't have the patience for anything that's like longer than 30 episodes anymore. I spent my time watching Doctor Who and Supernatural and Sherlock, alright? Reading Homestuck, this is enough. My patience has withered for these long shows, unless I start it from the beginning. At the beginning. When it's airing. I ain't never gonna watch One Piece. Even if they shorten it. I watched all of Naruto, Shippuden. I read all of that too, but... Dude, what is this mountain? Charnet remaking the first season. I thought they were remaking all of it, but they're remaking it in like a viable, no filler, whatever thing. Oh, I keep forgetting the first season is like 1,500 episodes. My bad. Yeah, that's right. The first season is like the entirety of One Piece, and then season 2 is now. Oh. What? Ain't no way, dude. Oh, I have to sleep because I can't even find the door. Can't sleep yet. Dude, are you serious? Lego remake of the first season of the live-action One Piece? A Lego remake. We're just milking everything these days. Whatever, man. Money, money. Money, 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 money. I get it. The hell with it. I am watching it, though. Initiating hyperdrive. The car almost like spins out right there when I try to... When I keep the like the foot on the gas. And then it like fixes itself and immediately like, look at this. It's crazy. It's like 170 kilometers an hour. Insanity. Dude, to be fair, the Lego games went hard. You know, I played every Lego Star Wars and Indiana Jones for the longest time. Oh, wait a second. Am I missing the... Alright, well, we're just gonna drive. It's too late now. I'm not sure when exactly I lost the hood, but... we probably need something over there. Oh, I also played the Batman one. Well, I played the first Lego Batman. $70. Ugh. That's crazy. $70 for a Lego game. I mean, if it gives you 70 hours of playtime, I guess. That'll be my only argument when it comes to any sort of video game that doesn't look like it should be $70. As long as it gives you 70 hours of playtime. It might arguably be alright. I think about that for GTA, like... if people don't play online and they only do it for the story, like they get GTA for the story, and they only play it once, I don't think the story is 70 hours long. Is it? I don't... you know what? I can actually check right now on Steam. Grand Theft Auto. 32 hours for the main story. That's if you only do the main story, though. So I guess... you add maybe like another 15, 20 hours for like the side content. That's for GTA 5, though. So... that just, yeah, I'm not stopping for that. GTA Online is gonna be sold separate. I mean, they kind of did that with Red Dead. Like, they had Red Dead 2, and it does have Red Dead Online. But you could also just buy Red Dead Online separately. It depends how much Red Dead Online is going to cost in comparison, but... I'm not about to pay the cost of 2 full games, 70 bucks, 140 bucks for 2 games. Even though I'll play more GTA Online than the story. McDonald's, I'm scared of McDonald's, I can't do it. I'm sorry, man. Chipotle? Nope, no Chipotle. Chipotle is banned. Oh. Look, in my defense... Every time I had McDonald's in the past 10 years, which is 4 times total, 4 different McDonald's, I was sick. With, like, food poisoning or something. I can't risk it again. Not even in, like, outside the country. Burger King? I do like Burger King. Alright, we're going to Burger King. I'm actually getting hungry myself. We'll probably stop here soon. I got some pierogies waiting for me to get cooked. Gotta cook some pierogies. I'm gonna fry them. I'm gonna fry some pierogies. Gonna be delicious. Some pierogies. I'm gonna butter fry them. I'm gonna fry those pierogies on a frying pan. And it's gonna be delicious. My mouth waters thinking about it. California's got nothing on me. Is this the diner? Okay. This has a parking lot, so nope, this is the diner, but this is the one with the garage. So this is not where we'll be stopping for today. But I'm gonna let it autosave first. No, I like Chipotle, I'm just kidding. Chipotle is good. Whoa. Dude, we're like running out of fuel, man. Oops. Wow, Assassin's Creed 3. I've never gotten food poisoning from any... Wait, chill out. 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 Wait. Wait, chill out. Wait.
Dick.
Dude. You know what, man? Fish what? Hold on. Dude, Aiko, thanks for gifting a sub to Trotter112233. No way, dude. Dude, that's crazy. This guy gifted, like, what was it, 16 subs? Oh. No, I'll do it. Bro gifted like 16 subs. Might as well gift him a sub at this point. Certainly wish that I could do that more often, but such is life. Oh my god, there's a whole bus back here. Blue? Why is blue? What are you doing, man? Don't give me a train. Oh, that's right. I also don't count for my own train. That's true. Haha. Streamer doesn't count for this train. Oh, this is the correct... Oh, man. That's like the correct one. This is red? It might be. This might be red. What? Okay. Works for me. Bro got flung by my car. Oh, this is totally like red or pink. Or brown? Wait, there's a light. Like a light, ayy. Like a light, ayy. Like a light. Slept through the flight, and everything's alright. My Commodore. Dude. Can't sleep yet. Alright. I was gonna wait for the morning time to check out the rest of the place, but I'm not patient enough to wait for the thing to expire. Thank you for the 100 biddies, though. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Did I close the gas? No. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. RuneScape 3 has become, like, ever so tempting, especially because of the housing stuff. I'm, like, an avid RuneScape 3 hater. But they've been pushing some really good updates, man. Especially this new, like, housing update is like, this is crazy. Been able to return a bit more to RuneScape 3, yeah. I think about it, but like, I just can't. The combat is just not. It's not it, and they've kind of tainted it because people have 120s because you know the genie lamps, the XP lamps. So it's just like people flaunting their max capes, and all these people got them all before they finally purged the thing. The Gamba. Though it makes you wonder how much Rainbow Cape, RuneScape price. Because I don't think you can get it anymore, right? It's going up in price. It's at 6.5 mil. Lexi, what's up? Thank you for the 57-month resub. What's up? What's up? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back for 57-month of Roonies. Goddamn. That's a lot of months. Trogdor with 100 biddies. Thanks, man. You just started a hype train. Bro. This ain't that kind of channel, man. Thank you for the hype train anyways, though. Why is the hype train so easy to proc? I feel like normally you need to gift like at least 5 subs and then it's just like, yep, alright. Now the hype train might start. They change it? How it works? Also, how do you get a mythical train? I want a mythical train, that'd be cool. We just got a normal hype train, right? I can't even see it. Oh, come on. What? I lost the hood again. Are we for real? Can I skip the day? Okay. Or the night, rather. My car! Great. Okay, well, we said that. Do you remember? Bebop. Yeah, good night, Ghost. Next stop will probably be the last one for today. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. I'll see you later, man. Oh my god, we lost. Never mind. Thought we did. Oh, I will say what we did lose. Kind of need that information. This is why, it's exactly why I didn't know how much gas we had in the car. Now, did it fly out of the car, or is it, like, in here somewhere? Well. It is what it is. What is that? All right. Hello? Car? About to say. Ow. I didn't know the TV could blow up, man. Dog! What's that? Excellent! We need 2 replacements. Alright, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That will conclude today's long drive extravaganza with a newly acquired vehicle. Truly, truly excellent. But guys, thanks so much for hanging out today. I appreciate it. My eyes burned for some reason. Such is life. Such is life. Alright, gamers. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're probably gonna do maybe Voices of the Void. Tomorrow might be the final Voices of the Void stream for 0.9. So far, for Community Wednesday, Super Battle Golf of Hell is winning. Super Battle Golf is winning, so we might be playing that on Wednesday. Thursday, we'll be playing Phasmo with Juvie, Rose, and Ty. And I might do VR. I'm not 100% confirming that just yet, but yes, that might be what we're doing. What else? Is that it? Friday? The Thursday, yeah, is that Friday? We'll probably continue eastward. And the next week we'll figure it out. But I'm out. I'm GG'd. I'm hungry. And I gotta focus on my assignments anyways. It's probably a good time. Let's see. Who is alive on Twitch.television today? My Twitch.television is not loading. That's good. That's really good. That's really, really good. Chatterino, tell me. Who's live?
Dick.
Eli. Huge. Wait a second. You just said huge in chat. What the hell? All right. Yo, go say what's up to Eli. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a good rest of your days. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.